Good evening. I am calling this meeting of the Fairfield City Council to order. Madam Clerk, roll call, please. All right. I'm going to ask that they be moved outside so we can conduct the meeting in here, unless they would like to be quiet. Excuse me? Miss, please, I'm running the meeting, and we are going to listen to everybody. Yes. Yes. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Carr?
Here.
Councilmember Panduro?
Here.
Councilmember Santu? Absent. Councilmember Tonneson?
Here.
Councilmember Williams?
Here.
Vice Mayor Bertani?
Here.
And Mayor Moy.
I am here.
Thank you.
And, real quick, Madam City Clerk, Councilmember Sandu did text me just a few minutes ago, said he was running just a few minutes late, so we do expect him not absent. I think he's just running a little late today.
All right, so now we're going to go ahead and have a salute to the flag, please. And Mr. City Manager, if you could lead us.
Hand over your heart.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I am going to read, because this is a continuation of a meeting from last Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. At that meeting, shortly after the invocation by Pastor Powell, the sound on the internet feed for the meeting went out due to a hardware failure to the sound system in council chambers. The City Council took a recess at 6:08 p.m. At 6:27 p.m., the city went back into session to handle the ministerial items in items E, F, G, H, and I, the City Council and staff reports, and city proclamations. The city also ceremonially swore in members of the Youth Commission, but did not approve the formal appointments. No formal action or votes were taken by the City Council. At 7:03 p.m., the sound system was not back online, so the City Council voted unanimously, 4-0, to continue the meeting to May 26, 2026. We will now continue the meeting of May 19th, 2026 at item J. So what we're going to do is right away take public comment. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor, is it possible for me to just say something real quick before we get started there?
Please, Mr. City Manager.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I know we've got a lot of folks here tonight, and I know that the City Council and I and the organization are really interested in hearing from you all. I want to recognize that there was the incident at Fairfield High last week, and certainly, rightfully so, it stirred a lot of emotions around policing and safety of students on our campuses. So a couple of things that I just want to let everybody know that we're working on. So, we've heard the calls in the community for accountability in the situation. We take the trust of the Fairfield community in the city of Fairfield and with our police department very seriously. So to demonstrate that we hear those calls for accountability, we're hiring an independent outside investigator to come in and review the incident. That investigator will then, the investigative report that they produce, that independent organization, will then be reviewed by what we have here in Fairfield is an independent citizen audit committee that oversees citizen complaint investigations about our police department. And that citizen committee is comprised of a variety of leaders throughout the community. So they will, after the investigative report, they then will be the ones that review that report and make recommendations to the chief of police if there's changes that need to happen. As importantly, we recognize the trauma that this incident has caused with our youth, student families, and our community at large. We recognize that trust in our police department takes time to build and can be eliminated in an instance. We want an open dialogue as the community of Fairfield on how we can come together to heal from this trauma. Police Chief and I have had a variety of conversations here in the past few days and with community leaders to discuss ways in which we can have those healing discussions and move forward together. We're going to be organizing a meeting, a community meeting, to begin that discussion and identifies ways we heal. I imagine that discussion will be the first of what I hope are many in this process. We don't have those details yet. We're working on that. And as soon as those are available, we have another sort of check-in to get organized here on Friday. As soon as we have those details, we'll be putting that information out to the community and opening that dialogue. So that's all I had to say. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And now we'll go to the public for comment, please.
Okay. Persons wishing to address the City Council on subjects not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the Council may do so at this time. The Council cannot discuss or take action on matters not on the agenda for this meeting, but Council members may briefly respond to statements made or questions raised by the public, ask for clarification from staff, refer the matter to staff, request staff to report back to the Council at a subsequent meeting, or place the matter on a future agenda. To speak on an agenda item, if you're online, please use the raise your hand feature or press *9 on your phone. Speakers are limited up to 3 minutes per item as determined by the mayor. And our first speaker is George Kennedy, to be followed by Lisa Roman.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Tonight, I'd like to talk to you about the recent Supreme Court of the United States decision on Louisiana versus Calais, the Voting Rights Act. Not sure how many of you read your Cal Cities newsletters, but on the May 13th edition, the Cal Cities article said that cities can be sued under the Voting Rights Act for violating the law. The newsletter also includes a letter from the National League of Cities as well, concurring with it. Cities can be sued under the Voting Rights Act for any redistricting that was created or by creating district-based elections under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. As we all know, on February 4th, 2020, and adopted in March of 2022, Fairfield specifically created district and racial-based districts based on a lawsuit that was brought. These districts were created through force and intimidation by a Malibu attorney. District elections, although created with great intent, have unfortunately failed. The California Voting Rights Act cannot supersede federal law. And this isn't about whether the Voting Rights Act decision is right or wrong, but Fairfield must comply with federal law. As you all solemnly swore or affirmed through taking your oath of office, swearing to defend and support the Constitution of the United States of America. You have time before the election filing period opens to comply with federal law and ensure that the election will be valid and not invalidated because you failed to do anything about it when you had the time to cure and correct. Please don't create another financial hardship on the residents. Your clock is ticking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Lisa Roman, to be followed by William L. Harris.
Hi, as you see, we are all united in this room. My name is Lisa Romero, R-O-M-E-R-O. I am a nurse. I work with teens in the community with sports. I'm a professor, and I'm a mother in our community. Maurice Williams is my son, too. With 2 Mexican teens in our community, I'm very concerned with what I saw. I work with people who are psychotic or high on drugs. They can be dangerous and they can be very unpredictable. They can be 250, 300 pounds, solid muscle. And I have never witnessed any of my professional nursing colleagues try to control a situation by pulling the patient's hair or punching their body or slamming them to the ground. We use de-escalation techniques, and maybe I can come train the police department. We also don't use profound language, because you will hear in there, she says, "Give me your effing hands." We need to keep the environment professional and safe for our kids. What I witnessed was Maurice with his arms behind his back. Then when the female police officer walked up, things escalated, and Maurice was slammed to the ground with his hands behind his back. He tried to break his fall, and then he was curled up on his left side in a fetal position, and his legs extended twice, but never did he try to get up. He was held down by Officer Camacho or Brown, and she held him by his hair. So he protected his face and his head while she hit him at least 5 times, I could count. 7. Once he was up and in handcuffs, she decided to grab his dreads, which is culturally not appropriate and not appropriate at all for a police officer to be grabbing our hair. How is any of this de-escalation? The police posted a very controversial and confusing post on social media. The narrative was confusing because they inserted all of the kids in one post. So I just want to make it clear. Maurice was not in a fight at school that day. Maurice did not get his backpack confiscated, and there was nothing, no weapon in his backpack. Maurice did not assault a staff member, and he did not assault a police officer. And Maurice has no charges. We want justice, we want accountability, we want Brown or Camacho to know Solano County will not tolerate her abusing her power. Maurice Williams is my son too. Justice for Maurice Williams. Thank you.
Next is William Harris, to be followed by Sarah Palomo.
Good evening, Mayor and City County Council members and all of our community leaders and citizens. My name is Pastor William Harris, pastor of Praise Covenant Church here in Fairfield, California. Let me begin by saying that we first appreciate the officers who serve the city with honor, professionalism, and integrity. We recognize that law enforcement carries a difficult responsibility, and I don't take that lightly, and I don't think our citizens do it as well. We honor those that serve. However, we must also honestly address the growing concern within our community, and that is the treatment of colored children and young people during police encounters. Across the nation, studies and reports continue to show troubling disparities. Research has found that Black Americans are significantly more likely to experience police force during encounters, not only at school, but on the traffic stops. Analysts involving youth have shown that Black children are disproportionately represented in use of force incidents, even though they make up a smaller percentage of the American population. We've also seen studies discussing what experts call adultification bias, where Black children are often perceived as older, less innocent, or more threatening than their peers. That perception can lead to escalated responses in moments that require patience, restraint, and de-escalation. These are not just statistics to our community. They are our sons. They are our daughters. They are our students. They are children in our churches. They are young people trying to grow, to learn, and navigate life. And when children leave encounters with law enforcement traumatized, humiliated, injured, fearful. The impact reaches beyond one moment. It begins to damage trust with leaders and leadership across our community. It affects mental health. It shapes how an entire generation sees authority, public safety, and the institutions that were meant to protect them. Our concern tonight is not about attacking all police officers. Our concern is about accountability, transparency, training, and partnership. Because accountability and trust can coexist. We can support good officers while addressing harmful behaviors. We can appreciate law enforcement while demanding fairness. We can pursue public safety while protecting the dignity of our children. As pastors and community leaders, we're not here to simply criticize. We're here because we want solutions. We want stronger de-escalation training, especially involving minors. We want trauma-informed approaches when
Pastor, your time
interacting
is
with
up.
youth. Can I have one more second?
Your second.
We want meaningful community engagement before crisis happens. We want transparencies when complaints arise. We don't want to be silent, but we want to have courageous conversations. And I would hope that this community and also this governmental office would listen very clearly. We've been getting calls inside the country, inside the city, around the country, wondering what is going to happen. So Fairfield is being watched, and we would like to de-escalate a situation before the situation escalates beyond our control. And I hope that all the children in the room today would at least feel that their voices are being heard by their city leaders.
Thank you.
Next is Sarah Palomo, to be followed by Alamo Brown.
Hi, I'm Sarah, and I go to Fairfield High. Sorry. I go to Fairfield High, and I feel scared because I don't feel safe because of what happened. Sorry.
Take your time, please.
Okay. Say what you gotta say, babe. I happen to be her mother. She comes home every day, loving school. But this has happened. She's been scared.
Yes.
And I know I've dealt with things, but this girl, she's a trooper. Come on, baby.
I felt so scared to go to school, but I pushed myself to go to school so I can finish off the school year. And my friends, they're even scared to go because of what happened. They tell me that ever since that happened, they've been so scared to go because they don't feel safe. And so if something like I haven't had to deal with this before because I felt safe until just now, until what happened. I felt safe at school, but when this happened, I don't feel safe anymore. And I feel like us students should feel safe at school, should feel protected at school. Justice for Maurice.
And I'm going to tell you that you're right. I went to Fairfield High, and you should feel safe.
Yes,
And
a bunch of our family members have been to Fairfield High.
Yes. I'd like to invite you to come meet with me. Okay? Okay. We'll talk. Thank you.
You done?
Thank you for having the courage. Thank you.
Excuse me. Next is Alamo Brown, to be followed by Goldie Williams.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany, home of the Gestapo, rogue police. Now, I'm Alamo Brown from the city of Real Richmond, California, son of a Black Panther Party member, Huey taught me. What we saw with Mr. Williams and Miss Hamilton is a discredit of justice. If you think, Mayor Moy, that everybody in this room is cool with that, you are rudely mistaken. This young lady just walked up here with raw emotion. That wasn't an act.
I know it was.
That was an act of terror. That Hector Camacho / Brown, et cetera, whatever her name is, displayed on that campus. Now, I'm going to be honest and I'm going to be real, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it or put the 2 on the 10 or 52 fake it. That's hood language, for those of us who don't know. That means that I'm going to keep it real in the field. Maurice Williams' parents and family members could be having a funeral arrangement at this moment. It's EA Sports, but it's not a game. What you guys don't understand is when a child has been done like that, that's called child abuse. If any one of you on this panel have children and you do that in a safe way to your child, the Gestapo is coming to get you and rough you up and cuff you up. Just the same way they did Mr. Williams. That's gross travesty. That should never happen in a safe haven called a campus. Now, if you think that we want to placate and have a meeting and sip on tea and crumpets and things of that magnitude, sir, that's not going to happen until she is removed from that post as an officer of the city of Fairfield. You see, we understand that this is an election year. And you're going to put the 2 on the 10 and say, come on, guys, let's meet in the room and chop it up. You didn't chop it up when you was at Fairfield High School, did you? Before you sent her in there, did you read the rules of engagement when dealing with children? No, she came in hot with the rude intention of doing bodily injury to somebody. Now I want to address the media real quick and the lies, the slandering, the defecation of his name. This is a young man with a 2.5 GPA, a student athlete. He ain't out here failing. He ain't out here thugging. He ain't out here shooting up people's households.
Sir,
This is a law-abiding citizen. Now, just like Pastor, give me another minute. I'm going to bring it home.
okay,
Please. I appreciate you.
you got it.
I definitely appreciate you. Now, there's another officer on your roster of Gestapo named Justin Gutierrez. Yeah, we know who he is. He's on the clock as well.
He doesn't work here anymore.
Oh, he don't?
No,
Okay, well, you got rid of him?
he's gone.
Well, let Bianca follow. Yeah,
He's not-
let Bianca follow suit. All right? See, that was a setup. I just wanted to see if he was going to tell me the truth, if he was still around here or not. Lastly, I will say this, and I'm going to get off the mic because I know there's other people who want to talk. In 1968, I'm going to take you back. There was a young man in North Richmond, California named Denzel Dow. He was killed by the Contra Costa Sheriff Department. This is almost the same exact thing, almost 60 years later. There's nothing that changed but the date, the weight, and the state. The same Gestapo taxes is being used in 1968 is being used today. You talk about reform? It's time to dismantle. And I employ you to start doing psych vals on every officer that's on your staff, because that's the problem. That is the real serious problem with police departments today. There's no psychological evaluations taking place whatsoever. That's why they running rogue in the streets doing whatever and however. The buck stops here. All power to the people.
Next is Goldie Williams, to be followed by Lisa McGee.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, community members, and the people of Fairfield. My name is Goldie Williams. I'm an Oakland native, a Richmond resident, a community advocate, nonprofit leader, and consultant who has spent years working with youth and families across the Bay Area. And I came here tonight with a very clear message: justice for Maurice Williams. Richmond stands with Maurice Williams. Oakland stands with Maurice Williams, and we stand with the people of Fairfield. We are watching. The Bay Area is watching, and now the world is watching. We are here tonight because of what happened to Maya Hamilton and Maurice Williams. And I need to say this clearly. Maurice Williams is my son too. Because when a young black child is beaten in public by those sworn to protect him, every mother, grandmother, mentor, pastor, and community elder feels it in our spirit. I watched that video, and honestly, I was afraid of what the outcome was going to be while watching it. It was unnerving. It was horrifying. Officer Camacho appeared unhinged. Maurice was on the ground. His hands were covering his ears. He was curled into a fetal position, and she continued to strike him in the head at least 7 times. Then to hear her later say he's okay, he wasn't injured, that is terrifying. Because if that is considered okay, then what exactly does the department consider excessive? Outside tonight, one of the pastors quoted scripture, "Let justice roll down like waters." And while he spoke those words, rain began to pour outside those chambers. And I believe tonight that God is about to rain, R-E-I-G-N, justice in this city. Not performative statements, not delay tactics, not carefully crafted talking points, real accountability, real transparency, real justice. After the findings of this independent investigation, we expect action, not symbolism, not excuses, action, because trust cannot exist without accountability. People are tired of videos, tired of grieving, tired of communities being asked to stay calm while children are brutalized on camera. The community should not have to prove the humanity of a child curled up in a fetal position on the ground protecting his head. That should have already mattered. So tonight, I stand with the Williams family. I stand with Maya Hamilton. I stand with Fairfield residents demanding accountability. And I want this council and this department to understand something very clearly. We will not look away. We will not normalize this. And we will not be silent. Justice for Maurice Williams. And one last thing, to every media outlet, to every person that has said something that is inaccurate about that young man, go back and apologize and make the statement public.
Lisa McGee, to be followed by Batanya Washington. Sorry if I got that incorrect.
Hi, my name is Lisa McGee. I came here with my nephew because I just wanted him to show him that if he doesn't stand for something, he'll fall for anything. My son, Jordan Allen, is well respected in this community. My son, Jordan Allen, organized a march with the Fairfield Police Department 10 years ago at 17 years old, and the things that he talked about are still happening today, 10 years later. He just passed away on January 24th. And he passed away of sepsis. A police officer walked in there and said he's on steroids. They just judged him based off his color. And I'm seeing the same kind of racial problems that are not going away that he talked about 10 years ago. And I don't know what's so special about her, why you guys can't stand and discipline her and make her an example, because it's viral and everybody's watching. And it's an embarrassment to this city, this county, and you got a bunch of people that are willing to come protect this boy, Maurice. And I'm tired of seeing it on the news. I'm tired of seeing it in real life. It reminds me of Trayvon. It reminds me of Emmett Till. It reminds me of Tamir Rice. And it needs to stop. It needs to stop, and you guys need to stand on business. My son, rest in peace, Jordan Allen, he would be out here, and because he's not, I'm doing it for him. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Datanya Washington. That's Datanya. Last name is Washington. And not only is Maurice Williams my son, I am also Maurice Williams. I've also been brutalized by the police department. And we are here because we want the badge number 1761 to be removed. We don't want her transferred. We want her off of every force possible. You know, Vallejo got rid of her and sent her here. I used to live here in Fairfield. I'm familiar with Fairfield PD. We had issues with them. This is not new. And it's time that they be held accountable because we are tired of allowing police officers to brutalize our kids. It makes no sense. So I am Maurice Williams too. Maurice Williams is my son, and we want the officer 1761 because we don't know what her real name is. It say B Camacho, but we know her name is Bianca. So what does the B stand for? And why would you allow her to tell people her name is Brown and not give up a badge number? You don't have an answer?
That's not our policy.
It's not your policy?
It is not.
Okay, so what's going to be done about her? Getting rid of her? Don't transfer her. Please don't send her to Oakland, because I represent Oakland. I'm here on behalf of the citizens of Oakland, California. We don't want her on our streets.
Thank you.
I am Maurice Williams, and we're calling for justice for Maurice Williams, period.
Next is Reverend Dr. Ira, I think it's Manning. Reverend Dr. Ira? Oh, okay, thank you. No rush. Oh, thank you, sir.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening, Mayor, Assistant Mayor Bertani, and City Council. Once again, my name is Reverend Dr. Ira Manning. I'm a member of Bethel Community Church here in Fairfield. I've been a resident of Fairfield since 1981. I'm retired Air Force, and so one of the things I really want to deal with is that in the Air Force I was taught any effective organization takes on the personality of its leadership. And let me deal with leadership right now, is that looking at Dan Marshall, who is the police chief. I've known him to be very effective in policing. You know, he and I, we worked together. We both were one of the original board of directors for the Powell Center. I know he loves the Lord. And so anybody who loves the Lord, you know, who's a Christian, is my friend. So Dan is my friend. So I encourage us today that we trust the process, because I think that Dan Marshall will do the right thing for the people of Fairfield and the people of God. So I think that we should peacefully understand and pray. And there's an old song says, there will never be any peace until God is at the conference table. So if we could, with our individual lives, have a close and intimate relationship with the Lord and let God do the work.
Thank you, Pastor.
Next is, I believe it's Mark Mantarosa. Michelle. Oh, Michelle, I'm sorry. That's okay. I have terrible handwriting myself.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Monterosa. I'm here as a community organizer for Anti-Police Terror Project, but I'm also here as an impacted individual who lost my brother to the Vallejo Police Department June 2nd of 2020. So I understand what it is to lose a loved one at the hands of police. and we are so lucky that Maurice is here today. We are also here today because a young black student at Fairfield High School was brutalized on school grounds while the very institutions that are supposed to protect our children allowed this violence to happen. And we need to be clear, this is not just a failure of one officer, this is also a failure of the school, the district, and the systems that continue to criminalize black and brown youth instead of protecting them. No young person should ever be pinned to the ground, punched repeatedly, and have their hair pulled while adults stand around and call it policy. Because I want to ask Fairfield Police Department, but also you guys before me, where in policy does it say a child should be beaten while he's pinned down to the ground? Where in policy does it say that assaulting a young person on school grounds is acceptable? Because what we saw was violence, plain and simple. And honestly, we are beyond conversations of more training. We should not have to train people to have humanity. We should not have to train people to see a young black child as deserving of care, dignity, and protection. And what happened to Maurice Williams was violence and neglect against a human being and a young person, and no amount of PR language can erase the truth. And what makes this even more painful is that it happened at a school. Again, a place where families send their children expecting safety, care, and support. And instead, this school allowed violence to escalate against a young black student while failing to intervene in a meaningful way. That harm does not just sit with Maurice Williams and his family. It impacts every young person on that campus, every student who witnessed it, and every black and brown family forced to ask themselves whether their children is truly safe at school. And again, as someone whose family experienced police violence firsthand, I know what it means when institutions rush to protect themselves instead of protecting the people. I know what it feels like to watch narratives get twisted in order to justify violence against black and brown communities, Pacific Islander and Native Americans. But our communities are no longer accepting that. What happened to Maurice Williams is deeply traumatizing for any young person to experience, and no child should have to carry the physical, emotional, and psychological harm of being pinned to the ground and beaten by someone in a position of power while at school. And the reality is that black and brown communities know this violence far too well. So today we're demanding real accountability and putting it in practice beyond words. We are demanding that there be restitution for Maurice Williams, anybody who's been impacted by this woman's harm. We're demanding for a public apology for the violence that occurred on school grounds. We're demanding accountability for every teacher, administrator, and institution that stood by and allowed this violence to happen. And silence is also their complicity. We are demanding the creation of an independent police review commission here as well. I heard that's something you guys don't have in place. And again, communities deserve transparency and real oversight, not just systems that continue to investigate themselves.
Your time is up.
And we are demanding the immediate decertification of this officer as well. Because someone who is capable of pinning a young person to the ground, repeatedly striking them, should never be allowed to wear a badge again. Reassignment is not accountability. Administrative leave is not accountability. And decertification is the minimum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Larry Bluford, to be followed by Jenny Caleri.
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor. Many of you guys know me on this panel and know that I'm a community leader, and I've been out here giving back to my community for a very long time. As you see on my shirt, it says Maurice Williams is my son too. When I was sent this video and I first opened it, I wondered whose child this was. But then I found out whose child it was, and I became just as angry, as infuriated as if it was my own. When I heard that young lady crying up here, saying she was scared at school, where are we at as a city? I've been in Fairfield 50 years, and our kids are scared to go to school because of the police. Last I checked, it was supposed to be peace officers, but they lead with violence, with children. To me, that's beyond words to me. I had a young daughter that was hurt, not by the hands of police, but there was a community of people that came behind me, Moy being one of them, to help get justice for my daughter. They say it takes a village to raise a child, but it also takes a village to protect one. So I'm here standing up with Maurice Williams and their family saying there needs to be change. Lisa was talking about how her son, Jordan Allen, rest in peace, led a march. I was there to help him put that together. That was 10 years ago, as she said, and here we are talking about the same violence on our streets. And I was looking at the statistics of the Fairfield Police Department. I don't know if you want to correlate it to school, but a 41% is a failing grade. Our police department is failing our black and brown citizens, and something needs to change about that. I pay taxes in this city and have been paying taxes for a very long time. What I seen happen at Fairfield High School was despicable. It brought me to tears. When that young lady started crying, it brought me to tears. Our children should feel safe at our schools. What have we become? I've been in Fairfield, like I said, over 50 years. I'm proud of where I'm from, but I'm not proud of our police department, and I'm not proud of our city not doing something to make things better. That's all I got.
Are you Jenny? Oh, okay. Can you spell your last name for me, Jenny? Oh, sorry.
Hilary.
Okay,
My name
thank
is
you.
Jenny. I'm a resident here in Fairfield, a mother of two. And I just wanted to come and say that what I witnessed, the videos that have been surfacing are disgusting. If that was my child, I don't even know what I would do. Being that my son is about to get his license in 2 weeks, he's terrified to even drive through the streets of Fairfield because he's scared that if he makes a mistake and he encounters one of our officers, he doesn't know what the outcome is going to be. I have a daughter who is autistic and nonverbal, and he was excited to take her for ice cream when he got his license. Now he's like, what if I make a mistake and I traumatize her in the process of, not just, it's disgusting. And honestly, I'm demanding accountability. I think she should be fired and she should not have a job here in Fairfield or in any, it's disgusting. I don't have anything else to say, but I guess actually, I'm a vet tech and I work in emergency medicine with animals. I don't even treat my patients the way that I saw her treat this child. I would never, none of my professional coworkers would ever treat a dog and a cat that way. To see an adult treat a child that way is disgusting. And I fear that if she has children in her family, what they witness or what they have to experience behind closed doors, because that's what she did while she was being videotaped. And she did not care. So this is just ridiculous. That's all I have to say.
Next is Christian Cosneros.
Hi, my name is Christian Cisneros. Did I get that right? Thank you.
Sorry.
I am from Fairfield, California. I went to Fairfield High School, class of 2004. 6 years ago, almost to the day, George Floyd was murdered. Sean Monterosa was then murdered by Vallejo PD. Since then, myself, my community, have been in the streets of Fairfield, doing mutual aid, caring for our unhoused community, building community. I can bet you right now, all the people that I see in this room from all over the Bay Area, who knows me in here? We got, yeah, okay. This is what I mean about being in community. Before I came here, I went and visited our unhoused friends, not too far from here, the ones that you continuously terrorize, arrest for camping. They've been telling me about all the arrests for camping. I just show up, I pull up, I get out of the car, oh, there she is. They know me, they know my name, they know my car. I ask them, what do you think about the mayor of Fairfield? Who's the mayor of Fairfield? They don't know you. This is real community right here. And this is what y'all are afraid of. I don't trust you. I'm not here to talk to you. I'm here to talk to the community. Okay? So if you're not saying loudly they're against Officer Brown, Camacho Brown, if you're not loudly saying that this child's lives matter and that we're going to get justice for him, then you're not with us, you're against us. What I've been able to do in the past 6 years, and watching you fail over and over again, watching you say that you're going to do things for the community and then not following through on them, and then the way you're acting in here while you're under pressure. I've come here and you've arrested people for speaking up, for chanting. Yes, you arrested people in 2020 for chanting. I've come here where you told us we couldn't respond, couldn't speak, couldn't talk, couldn't react because it was for Palestine and you're a Zionist. So you are a genocider. You agree with a genocider, and this is why we have the situation we have here now. If our leaders are with violence, if our leaders can't help build community, then they are not part of our community. We are more powerful than you. There's more of us than you, and we're going to get justice for Maurice Williams. Fire the officer. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Ramisha Stevenson, to be followed by Will Williams Jr.
I'm Ramisha Stevenson. I'm Maurice's mother. We're here because we want answers. You guys say transparency. We have nothing. I've communicated with a few of you, and I still don't have any type of answers. What happened to my son shouldn't have never happened. You have to, if it was your child, I feel like she would have already been off the force. And I feel like you need to have that same energy with my child. I'm gonna let his dad talk for a second.
I'm his dad. What I really want to know is, how come you haven't spoke to us? You went, spoke to the cops. We haven't heard nothing. How come you got a mic? How come you haven't spoke to us? You said what? Okay. Okay.
Maybe it's a simple answer.
My name is Sequoia Williams. I'm Maurice's stepmom. I think my main concern is she's still working. The police department is putting out a different, saying that she gave distraction strikes to his hands, but she's admitting that she punched him in the face. This is what she said to me 2 feet away from me, with no remorse, I didn't come at her rude or anything, but she admitted to punching him in the face, not distraction strikes, so she should be fired.
So there's a quote, and it says, if you're silent about your pain, they will kill you and say that you liked it. So for anybody on this panel that's silent about this problem, you are the problem. So behind closed doors, because I get y'all have y'all due diligence, y'all have to do y'all thing, but y'all should be raising up commotion. Y'all should be able to have some type of public apology for my family and what it is that they went through. That should have already been a thing. So the fact that that has not happened, and the fact that he just asked you a simple question and you couldn't give him a simple answer, really speaks to where you guys stand. And I say that with respect. And I say that with love. And I say that with hope that it doesn't happen to your child. He's 15 years old. And I know every single one of you are familiar with the school to prison pipeline. You guys are a part of the problem. And you guys have an opportunity right now, right here, to challenge that. So the fact that you're not, that's the issue. The fact that everybody's over here quiet, and the fact that because you had the opportunity. You had an opportunity right now. So what does that say? It don't have to be a whole lecture. It don't have to be a whole letter. But you could say something to speak to this family, to speak to my family. My nephew matters. I don't care what y'all think. I don't care how y'all feel. My nephew matters. He's 15 years old. And when he was on the ground, and her knee was in his back,
Anything after that was cruel, it was nasty, and it was atrocious. And I don't see how you guys sleep at night if you aren't advocating for him. 15 years old. So you remember us, okay? Do you have anything to say right now? Something? Can you give something?
Yes, absolutely.
Hold on, let's respect her.
I already did email.
No. Don't do that to us. Let's start with the conversation, not what you did with her. Just speak to her, please.
I have written and not spoken, we haven't spoken, but I did write to you and asked about Maurice and want to make sure he was okay. You know, this is why we don't do it in public, because you have haters, okay?
No, wait a minute.
Yes.
Wait a minute. I'm going to say this. Hey, hold on, y'all. So right now, the reason that, let me just be clear with what you just said, though.
Yes.
Because right now, the reason it can't be done is because you couldn't just speak to my family.
Yes, I
you
can.
started with some semantics, some little, what do you call it? What they call it when you, jaws. Well, I'm trying to be respectful, but you're starting with that politically correct stuff.
No.
And so we're asking human and human. If you just talk to her like a human, we good.
And that's what, I'm very, very sorry. I am sorry and was hurt when I saw that video and immediately called for action, period. That's what I did. And I feel horrible that any child had to go through that. That's what I feel.
Listen, I'm the president of the Falcons.
I'm the what?
I'm the president of the Falcons. I called you. About 2 years ago. So you should have my number, 510-230-1004.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Don't let another child get killed, okay? Because you seen the video? Did you see that video?
Absolutely.
Do you know what would happen if she would have accidentally hit his head the wrong way? Did you hear me? I said, do you know what could have happened if she would have hit his head the wrong way? When he went down, if his head would have hit the concrete, we wouldn't be standing here today. We'd be at a funeral, and I need everybody on this panel to understand that is an issue, not only for Maurice, for this community, and essentially the nation. And y'all have a chance to do something right now.
We hear you.
Okay, next I have,
Remember this when it's time to vote. Remember when it's time to vote, y'all. See who about right now. Vote. You ain't got to keep me on. I have none.
next is Will Williams Jr., to be followed by Deborah Lott.
Y'all need to get it together. We'll be back. This won't be the last time you see me. I'll be back. So remember my face. I'm a radical one. Haters now. Haters. But we're haters. But they are too. We're going to see what the polls say. We're going to see what the polls say. So is that a hater or is this real? This is real talk now.
You're disgrace. You should be fired.
Better be glad it wasn't my time.
I'm going to go ahead and take a pause. Yes, I'm calling for a recess. We're going to recess for 10 minutes. In session, Madam Clerk, if you could call the next speaker.
Yes, the next speaker is Will Williams Jr., to be followed by Deborah Lott. No Will Williams? Okay, we'll move on to Deborah Lott. Deborah Lott? No? How about on Locke Harris? I'm sorry? Oh, I see.
What? Oh.
So do I just move on then?
Well, are
Why aren't we letting people back
we
inside?
letting people in? Yes, sir? Yes, why don't you come up, sir?
I'll put her to the side in case she comes back. Are you Mr. Harris?
No.
No.
Yeah, go
Oh.
ahead and
I'm just a
speak,
volunteer. Oh.
and you can,
Who is?
Whatever shape, form, or way you put it, all of this hatred, all of this hostility, it's not good. I would like to first and foremost, I would like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for our police officers. They have a very, very tough job. They're not all the same. No, they're not, ma'am. And can you let me speak, please? And it's this is very concerning. I hear a lot of people talking about the color of your skin, your ethnicity. This has nothing to do with the color of your skin or your ethnicity. My life has been in danger twice in my lifetime, and I'm half the age of the majority of the people in here. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm more mature than the majority of you. I can't believe that. You guys are supposed to be setting the example, and I don't know what the hell is going on with Fairfield. But my point is, those 2 times when my life has been in danger, near-death situations, the ones who showed up were white, black, brown. There is no racism here in Fairfield whatsoever. No.
please let him speak.
Can you guys please let me speak? Thank you. I myself too was in high school, and as a sophomore in high school, I myself got into 2 high school fights. I was guilty. And I still remember when Coach Haynes, when I used to be in football.
Please let him speak. Thank you.
I was in the football team, and I remember Coach Haynes from Vanden High School. He looked for me after the fight. He just looked at me, and I did what my parents told me to do. I was respectful. I didn't talk back to him. I raised my hands. I said, sorry, Coach Haynes. I won't do it again. I apologize. He didn't even grab me. He just said, son, please stop doing this. I don't want you ending up in jail or dead. And let me tell you what, after that same day, when I got home, my dad personally was the one to beat my ass, and I thank him for it. I thank my father for that, because I wasn't raised to be a delinquent.
Excuse
This
me.
This case with Maurice has nothing to do with the color of the skin or ethnicity.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Please.
Anyone who commits a crime, violates the law, will be held accountable and punished. It doesn't matter what the color of your skin is or your ethnicity.
All right. Your time is up.
Thank you to everyone who's coming out here. And if you could please keep it more respectful. I can't believe that I'm half your age in my 20s and you guys are acting like children. This is horrible. I can't believe it. Like you guys should be ashamed of yourselves, to be honest with you. You guys should be ashamed. God bless you all and thank you all, and may Jesus.
Sir, your time is up.
And I pray, and I'll be praying to Jesus Christ that He gives you.
Your time is up, sir.
And thank you all to all my brothers and sisters. God bless you all.
Hey.
Ma'am, are you Nikki? Oh, okay. You just moved way ahead of the line. Did you put your card here when I was in the back?
You have several of my cards, and he skipped way ahead of the line, too. So,
okay.
My name is this on? Can you guys hear me?
It's going next.
My name is Nikki Williams. I'm a graduate of Fairfield High. Maurice is a close family friend. If you guys notice all the banners, the posters, the flyers, that's hard work, dedication from our community, from the kids at the school, for us all to show up. You guys hear me out. Listen to me speak real quick. Why did it take a viral video to get Chief Dan Marshall to respond when he has received countless communications regarding misconduct of his staff? Why did it take a viral video to get the administration at Fairfield High to acknowledge misconduct when there has been countless cover-ups of child abuse and mistreatment documented within their own walls? All we ever hear as a parent and community member is, we will look into the incident and get back to you. The statement we hear so often recited straight from a manual. When my child's finger was broken by school officer Decker, nothing was done. When the school employee put fear aside and reported the officer's unnecessary involvement and excessive use of force, she was terminated less than a week later for not wanting to change her statement. When my child was suspended for recording while another student was being choked by an assistant principal and refused to put her phone down, nothing was done. It took a child to be beaten in the fetal position for the world to see, for you all to pretend to care. Because had we not gotten the video recording from students' personal phones, this incident would also be placed under the famous category of, we will investigate and get back to you. If Maurice would not have been beaten and dragged by his hair with his hands behind his back, the children in this school district would not have a voice. I stand here now and say, me too. The Fairfield Unified School District has failed this community. The Fairfield Police Department has failed this community, and we demand justice for Maurice and justice for all the children involved. Mayor Moy, I'm going to speak to you personally in regards to the statement that you made. It was very insensitive of you to call your community haters. People sit here with children that have been abused. People sit here with families that have been abused. People sit here in solidarity with Maurice. People sit here crying, listening to my daughter called me in tears, screaming, they're going to kill him, mother. So for you to stand there and call me a hater is not only unprofessional of you, you should be removed from your status as well. These haters, these people that you called haters are your voters. These people that you called haters have suffered trauma at the hands of the Fairfield Police Department. I have countless emails. I have gone to the school district. I work night shift. I go into work from 10:30 to 7 a.m. I drop my kids off at 8 o'clock a.m. I stayed on campus. If you check the records, I was on campus from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. every day, fearing for the safety of my child. She wouldn't go to school without me next to her. I had 5 graduates and nothing was done. I was told by the school resource officer, Officer Decker, that the report would be whatever he wrote, and that's on camera. This is not about me today, but trust me, I will be back. Maurice is a family friend. I'm going to hold this megaphone. I'm going to shout to the rooftops. I'm going to stay awake after work and make sure
Your time is up.
that you guys hear me. No, your time is up.
Next is Onlock Harris, to be followed by Chris Kelly.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Can
Can you hear me now?
Bit? Yes.
Good evening.
Good
To
evening.
you all. I've been immediately impacted by police brutality, so this is real personal to me. Not to mention that I watched this young man grow up. He's never been a problem. At home, in the community, at a school, nothing. MVP student, real smart kid. All I see is a baby. All I see is my son when I look at him. And I think, you know, the city, the police, everyone should have some compassion for what us parents and a community feel. I feel like she should be fired. She should be fired because if she is fired, that means she's convicted of doing something wrong. That y'all think she did something wrong. And if she did something wrong, she should be prosecuted, just like any other adult that might put their hands on a child. This is a baby that we talk about. We want justice for Maurice and all the other kids that's fell victim to the Fairfield school system, not just the police. I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna let my sisters take over. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Chris Kelly. We stand here as an impacted family in a capacity that no one wants to be in this position. There's a story, more like a nightmare. There was a young police officer who started out at the Vallejo High School. That's where he started his terrorism, slamming children on their heads, some who still have lifetime conditions, terrorizing, searching female students. On the early morning of September 2nd, 2012, that officer went to my sister's house, where my two teenage sisters and my older sister were. My brother was outside in front of the house, about to come in, when two officers pulled up, turned on a light, told them to put their hands up, and brutally shot him. That officer, both of the officers murdered my brother in front of our family. Have you ever seen a body with 17 holes through the palms of the hands and the wrist, and 40 bullets total? Have you ever seen people being held hostage inside of the house while their loved one is murdered and dying outside for no reason? That's the story of Dustin Joseph. Dustin Joseph, that name should sound familiar to you guys, because as of at least April 14th, he was cleared by the Fairfield Police Department of wrongdoing, which sends a message. It sends a message that you will tolerate officers behaving badly, officers who have murdered people in Vallejo and then come to your force to terrorize. There's no reason why we should be here. I, as well, am very familiar with the shit show at Fairfield High. It's awful. I've been in contact with the police department to no avail. And the children are not safe there. So I don't know how you guys don't know any of this, but you really need to step up. The family deserves respect. It's bad enough to be a victim. and then to be re-victimized over and over and over again by a false narrative, by racists, by people who don't care about what happened. They don't care about what happened. They just want to paint people in a certain light because they are so disgusting and nasty and dead inside that it makes them feel good that other people are being terrorized, people who do not deserve it. Why does it take us to stand here to tell you guys what to do, what you need to do, what you should be doing? And I'll say this, you know, maybe the lawyers and attorneys tell you, you know, you can't say this, you can't respond, this, that, and the other. But you know what? Sometimes you have to really look within yourself and say, you know what? Forget that. These are people. They deserve to at least know that I give a shit, that I care. Please look into your police department, because this is not an isolated event, and a lot of us parents have documentation, and you're going to be hearing a lot more about it. So please just get your shit together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Kim Diocampo, to be followed by Nikki Williams.
I made this poster in 2020.
Can you come to the mic, please?
Good evening, Council. My name is Kim Diocampo. I am a retired social worker from California Tribal TANF here in Fairfield, which is the only Native American social service agency here in Solano County. I'm here today because I'm deeply disturbed by what I've seen. And I just wanted to say that, you know, we just had the 6-year anniversary of George Floyd yesterday, a gentleman who was pinned to the ground face down, and still he was killed. We also saw this same thing happen to Oscar Grant, pinned down on the ground, handcuffed, and he was killed. For me, I'm from the city of Vallejo, and my relative was also murdered by the Vallejo police. His name was Ronell Foster, lovingly known by his family as Cat Daddy. He was shot 7 times, with the last one in the back of his head through Officer Ryan McMahon, which you fucking hired him here too. So I'm not sure, why do you keep hiring Vallejo's raggedy ass hand-me-downs? Seriously, this is just so incredibly shocking here. All of them. But, you know, I just wanted to bring that up. And I also wanted to say that as a mental health advocate, let me say to you, City Manager, that there is no healing, okay? Because trauma, historical trauma, intergenerational trauma, they continue. Because we continue to be triggered. How do you get over what's not over? So I don't know what healing means to you, but there's no healing here when the wound keeps opening up over and over and over again, and it's festering. And so I want to leave with you with a dear friend of my family's. Her name is Angela Davis, when she said, "Safety maintained by violence is not safety."
Next, Nikki Williams, to be followed by Kaylani McCard. Is Nikki Williams? Oh, okay, she did 2 cards then, I guess. Kaylani McCard, to be followed by Andrew Holloman.
Can you guys hear me okay? I'd like to start off by saying there should be no cops on any student campuses.
Cops do nothing but violence towards the people. Even now, whenever you guys called a recess because it got too stressful, you guys all left out that room, and I watched as people were scared for their lives, filming the police that circled someone who was just stressed out from seeing interracial trauma happen over and over again related to the police. I'm not surprised that Catherine Moy is not shook by violence, because last year on a hot mic, she said, "Those people, stop those people or I'm gonna whoop there," and then said ASS about city workers who are advocating for their own rights. Moving forward, I call for the firing of Bianca. I call for the removal of police on all student campuses. Our funds as taxpayers and citizens of Fairfield should be going towards accessibility and not oppression. Those students deserve access to food. They deserve access to other supplies in their school to help enrich them. What they don't deserve is being continuously brutalized, coming up here crying, advocating for themselves as children towards adults who do not care. You have the opportunity to show that you care, and right now you're failing. And whenever I vote, I'm not going to vote for you, Catherine Moy. I'm going to vote for Wanda Williams. Thank you.
Is Andrew Holloman here? Okay.
See, I was gonna come respectful, but I seen how y'all treat, especially you, right there. I seen how y'all treated the family of Maurice Williams. The lack of respect. It's not surprising. Not surprising from none of y'all, cause y'all look. Even my sisters up here, who could be my aunties and my mama, like it's sad to see this. But the lack of respect y'all get at family, I don't have no respect for y'all. Straight up. But my name is Andrew Holloman, BDM Drewski, an artist from Fairfield, California. I went to Fairfield High. I was born on David Grant Air Force Base. Yeah, I've been incarcerated. I've been in prison. This same department sent me to prison, but guess what? I wasn't no criminal. I went in there and I learned. I sharpened my mind. I see what's going on here. My question is, why are children not seen as children? Seriously, why are black children not seen as children? Maurice was 15 or 16 years old. Why was he beaten like a grown criminal? A criminal, treated like a criminal. This is a child. There should be no reason that he was attacked. I've been in prison and I've seen real prison riots quelled without as much force and as much violence. I don't understand why she has so much aggression towards children. Why did Bianca refuse to give me her badge number as well after detaining me for shooting a music video in the same neighborhood I grew up in, same apartment complex I grew up in, sentimental value? Why was I detained and accused of breaking in cars? Breaking in cars? I'm 35 years old. What I look like breaking in a car? I got a job. My tax-paying dollars go to fund these police who's harassing and abusing our children. I'm not standing for that. I'm not standing. I don't think none of the community is standing for that. I don't think none of my people standing for that. I don't understand why she has so much aggression towards that child she was 18 years old. I don't understand why there was so much aggression in that traffic stop. When the girl said, "Please don't pull me out, I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna get out," and she was grabbed by her hair. I don't understand that. That's too much aggression. Not only the aggression towards me, towards that child, but towards Maurice. It's uncalled for. I went to Fairfield High, so yeah, I feel personally affected by that. Maurice is our son too, the whole community's son. Did you even consider the pain and trauma that would be inflicted upon him? He's 15, 16 years old and he has to live with this. He has to see these videos. I feel bad for even posting the video because I know he has to see that. Social media has a big impact on our children. It's funny to me that this officer is moving around like she's protected. That's my concern. That's my concern. Why is she moving around protected, lying about her name, not standing, beating children, and the Fairfield Police Department has nothing to say, but, oh, we're going to reassign her? That sounds like there's a lot of protection going on. She's moving like an IDF soldier. I'm sure you guys know what's going on. I'm sure you guys see what's going on in Gaza and Lebanon. Is that what y'all want here? Is that what y'all want here in Fairfield? Y'all want Gestapo officers attacking our children? I watch Vallejo police murder somebody I knew personally, Willie McCoy. They shot him 50 times while he was in his car in a Taco Bell sleep. He had a gun. That's what y'all said about Maurice. Y'all said Maurice had a gun. Then y'all said he was fighting. Neither one was true. So what are we doing here? What are we doing here? I personally feel affected by this because Maurice could have been Willie McCoy. Maurice could have been Oscar Grant. Y'all say comply, but we comply and we still die. The fact that you guys send officers from this department, from Vallejo to Fairfield, from Fairfield to Vacaville, like it's just solving a problem. Do you know how big Fairfield, Vacaville, Suisun, and Vallejo is? That's about the size of Oakland. It's one city. So what y'all doing? Y'all moving one officer who's killing it and unaliving our people from, what, 85th down to West Oakland? That's the equivalent of what y'all doing. Same city, same communities. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
Next is Barry Axius, sorry. To be followed by Angel Villafan.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, you are hearing the pain. I ask, how many of you who sit on the City Council are parents? How many you, as City Council's parents, saw the video and reacted with shock? How many thought, how about if that was my child? Clearly look at this picture. Lies, humiliation, because of what? An overzealous police officer that used excessive force on a child. That wasn't a man, that wasn't a criminal, that was a child at the place he's supposed to feel safe, his school. Grabbed by his hair, thrown and slammed, and punched several times. And when the stepmother asked the police officer on camera what happened to cause this type of aggression, the police officer said, I punched him, I'm safe, and he's safe. He'll never be safe. Because when we think about COVID and the trauma that our young people had being isolated in COVID, and when we talk about the bullying on social media, this viral moment never goes away. This police officer moves without consequences. That's dangerous. When I saw the video of this young man who could have been just like me, I prayed that the video didn't go where she then pulled out her gun and shot Maurice because he would not stop resisting, as she said. Could we imagine now, after seeing the second video of the same kind of abuse, if you allow this police officer, if you, our city council, allows this police officer, the blood of what she does next is on your hands? Because she will do this again. Because she has done it again. Maya Hamilton was abused July 14th, 2025. Maurice Williams was just abused a week ago, 2026. My nephew who just talked was harassed just a couple months ago. The same police officer. We need change and we need accountability. And I also want to pose this question. Everyone I see has their name, so I'm looking at everyone. Doug Carr, right? Your name is Doug Carr. So it's not Doug Johnson, right? How do we have a police officer with their name badge that says Camacho continuously tell the community she has a different name? Well, if your badge says Camacho, you are Officer Camacho, you are not Officer Brown. That creates distrust. When you refuse to give us your badge, and then you walk off arrogantly and say, my last name is Brown when your last name is on your uniform that says Camacho. This needs to end. This needs to stop. And I urge, especially those who are trying to get reelected, do the right thing by the city, by the people, and do not let a rogue cop destroy your legacy. Thank you very much.
Is Angel here? And then to be followed by Ricky Lassiter. No Angel Villafon?
One of them. Hi. Hey guys, I'm Ricky Lassiter. I graduated from Fairfield High 2011, and the peace officers that were there in 2011 and before was I was a freshman, was never aggressive. I've never seen since I was there. But look, check this out. I feel like if I can't beat my child, neither can the police. I just beat a willfully child cruelty case. I just beat a willfully child cruelty case. Willfully mean I told the police to their face I whooped my child for being disrespectful in my parents' home. Okay? Whew. Lord have mercy. I was willing to discipline my black child in our own home. Whipped my child with open hands, below the waist, left no bruises or marks. I got charged, and I had to complete mental diversion, and I was restrained from my daughter for over a year until I successfully completed mental diversion. Quote that, successfully complete mental diversion. If I didn't fight for mine, I would have been restrained from my daughter for 10 years. My daughter's 11 now. My daughter been with me since birth, since December 2014. Up until that one bullshit case made me miss 1 year plus away from my child. My baby was hurt and traumatized mentally. Because Fairfield PD, courts and everything put in order, I could not be around her. She developed mental illness because y'all took her mother away from her. Because it was court order, my case now is dismissed as of March 10th, 2026. So maybe Camacho Ho Brown, maybe she needed a mental evaluation like I had to take one. Maybe she needed complete mental diversion like I had to do. For whooping my own child in my home with an open hand below the waist. I fought for mine and I'll fight for Maurice. And she need more than a mental diversion. She needs that 176 badge gone, the blood of Jesus covering her, and she needs to be charged and fired. At the end of the day, why was that even okay? How come y'all couldn't arrest Maurice? He was already on the ground, correct? The officer, correct? Yes or no? I'm asking them, not y'all. Yes or no? Okay, whatever. He was already on the ground, right? So how come the male officer, who was big enough to pick him up and put him in the car and take him to juvie and let his parents handle him when he got home and whoop his ass if they wanted to? Why not? Why did Officer Camacho Brown felt like she had to whoop another person's child? Beat him. She really wanted to pull that gun for real. You seen blood right in her face, didn't you? She's smelling it. She needs that 1761 badge gone. She needs to be fired. She needs to be in a motherfucking mental treatment, psych ward, something. If y'all, Fairfield PD, Solano County, took my child away from me for whooping her for being disrespectful to her mother and grandmother, my black child, I don't know if I know black cultures, but your child get disrespectful, you whoop that ass. You whoop that ass. If you see my color, I'm light skinned. My mom dark skinned. When she whipped my ass, please. Oh, damn it, she can't go to school. She got her bros. Because the police gonna get her, gonna get me. But guess what? Y'all let Maurice cover his face on that ground and let this woman jump in like she was Superwoman and start beating him in the head. Damn near here. I'm surprised he's not unconscious. With full force. So why was it okay to arrest me and charge me? And guess what? My case was a misdemeanor. And y'all try to take her for 10 years away from me. For 10 years. Below the waist. She had no bruises, no marks, or nothing. Y'all try to put my child in the system. But guess what? I fight for mine. Y'all wasn't finna take my child away from me. And guess what? She was just outside with me. You know why? Because I beat my case. And I'm going to fight every single one of y'all. Don't try me again. Because my baby, I'm mad that she's not even with me right now, but there's too much going on. You know, my baby's mentally ill right now. But at the end of the day, why the fuck is it okay for another police officer, any other adult, that's outside of this thing, whatever you want to, you know, why is it okay for her to not get in trouble? Why she can't go to get mental help or treatment? What she was stopping? A distraction from what? What weapons and guns did that young 50-year-old boy pull out? You said none?
Excuse me?
What weapon, what was he tugging or pulling on for her to beat him in the head?
I don't know, but your time is up.
It is up?
It's been up for a while.
But what time for a while? I'm just asking, can you answer one question? What weapon or anything was shown in that video for her to beat that boy in the head? Huh? Was his hands behind his back when he got slammed to the ground? Wasn't he already restrained? Right? So why did she feel the need to come in and start beating somebody in the head? A boy, a child. When they could have took him and put him in the car and let his parents come pick him up and handle him. Right? Right? But y'all charged me and took my baby away. Now my baby traumatized, got mental illness and sick. Now she has to go see a therapist now. Fairfield PD know. They know. No answers? Did that boy pull out a weapon? Was his hands, or was his hands in his pockets digging? Was it?
Miss, your time is up, and we can't answer that.
Yes or no? Any of you guys? Yes or no?
Next is David Barroso, to be followed by Gabriel Sanchez.
Good evening. My name is David Barroso. I'm 24 years old and I grew up here in Fairfield, California. I have some questions for you guys. Like, what is your job, right? Your job is to govern the city of Fairfield, California in different ways and districts. And do you do that through peace, through justice? Do we do that through legislation? Or do we do that by grabbing people by the hair and slamming them on the ground? Did Matthew Garcia say that we should reach the youth by punching them, by brutalizing them, or by offering resources, options, places? I love Fairfield. Fairfield is my home. Fairfield is where my family's from. Fairfield is where I want to raise my family. But it's impossible to imagine a future in this town if this is the precedent that your council sets. It's impossible to imagine a future where I see my children or my friends or my nieces and nephews to suffer the same fate as so many black, brown, queer, confused, afraid, poor, lost students, people, humans of this town. It's impossible to imagine a future where that's permissible. It's impossible to imagine a future where that's the standard. I expect better of you all. I expect better answers. I expect better conversations. I expect better options. I expect better resources. I expect my community to be here in this room today like they are. I expect them to chant and know and learn and listen just like I have and my friends have. It's disgusting to look at my phone and to look at the school that I went to, Fairfield High School, and to see these things perpetuated so far into the future from where I thought things would change. It's difficult to see it, and it's difficult to accept it, and it's difficult to change things. Nobody's expecting overnight changes, but we do expect some responsibility to be taken, some words to be heard and accepted and acknowledged and taken in, all the way in, not shrugged off, not shaking your head and, dismissing us all just because we're angry, we're upset. But if that were your son, if that were your friend, you wouldn't be sitting quietly. You'd be yelling. Thank you.
Next is Gabriel Sanchez, to be followed by Gabriela Castro Diaz. Is Gabriel Sanchez here? Okay. How about Gabriela Castro Diaz? Okay. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? I'm going to start this by going back to El Salvador, and that's where my family is from. My family has told me stories about their life there. They have told me they have seen in public people being beheaded. Many of the women in my family have been raped by gang members, and never have they once said that they're thankful for the police because they've done something. And I want to bring that back to here because I do think it's relevant. When we think of immigrants, all the U.S. has done has demonized us, has says that we're basically not even human, that we're just criminals. And they justify this by saying that they want to protect its citizens. And I'm going to ask you guys and the audience, has the black community ever felt like it's been protected by the U.S.? So that's not true. What you want to do is divide us. You want to demonize us by using especially the police. You want to keep us in a cycle of poverty, of homelessness, alongside many issues. And I don't know how you don't see this and think, do we really need the police? Are they really trying to help us? No, they're not. So I'm going to ask you this. You have heard these stories of people telling you about police brutality. We have seen all over the world that the police has been especially brutal to its own citizens. So I want to ask you, are you serving the people, or are you just serving the genocidal states of the United States?
Next speaker is Batman, to be followed by Angela Dominguez.
Imagine that hitting you in the head over and over and over again. You're a 15, 16-year-old kid on the ground in the fucking fetal position, being over and over again. It is a miracle that that child, yes, child, is not dead. One wrong knuckle placement, one wrong vertebrae hit, dead, paralyzed. This child is a victim of systemic violence, one that our country is very well known for. And what did you decide to do? You sent an email. You put them on you didn't even put them on leave. You reassigned. I'm shaking because of how angry I am. It took me 3 hours to get up here. I thought each and every second about the pain and the trauma that this child will have to live with for the rest of their life. And all you want to do is hide, shy away, cower from responsibility. You have a responsibility to act, a responsibility to hold this monster accountable for nearly killing this child. And God knows how many other people. I don't live in Fairfield. This is my first time here. But I saw that video, and I know all too well what that violence looks like. We see it each and every day online. But that child lived it and will live it each and every second for the rest of their life. Hell, they probably lived it from the day they were born because of the color of their skin. And you sent an email to apologize? Not a phone call, nothing? How dare you? How fucking dare you do something so insensitive? You go to their house, you pick up the phone and you call them. You tell them that it's gonna be okay, that you're gonna do something, that you're gonna act. Guess what? You're not cowering away from this one. You see the cameras? They're going everywhere. You are on watch. Do your goddamn jobs before you are replaced. And to be honest, you should probably quit while you're at it. You are despicable. Go to hell and give some reparations to this child. This child! How many more people have to die? How many more people need to get hurt? Do your godforsaken jobs before someone else gets hurt. Fire and prosecute this monster! Fuck you!
Sir, no.
Okay, next speaker is Angela Dominguez, to be followed by Christopher Brookbank.
All right. I wrote a speech. I'm going to start with that before I address quite a few of you directly. California Penal Code states that officers may use force only when it is reasonable and necessary under the totality of the circumstances. It does not allow unlimited force simply because a person, especially a juvenile, is resisting or uncooperative. Maurice did not pose an imminent threat or place Officer Camacho in danger. This law emphasizes de-escalation, proportionality, and the consideration of safer alternatives whenever possible. Officer Camacho did not follow that standard. What happened to Maurice will have lasting emotional effects not only on him, but also the cousins, classmates, and the friends who witnessed this incident unfold, which we already saw in real time while that woman cried. That child cried, sorry. The city council, the silence from the city council is disgusting. We elected you to represent us. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. Your little ballot that just came out, that you're running on, I did not fill your goddamn box, and I'll never fill a box for you ever again. Neither will any of these people fucking behind me. We expect greater accountability from our police department. We expect stronger and more consistent training practices, including training that addresses cultural awareness and implicit bias. We expect officers to uphold the legal and ethical standards they are sworn to follow, and we will not accept mistreatment or excessive force against our juvenile children. This is not Bianca's first incident. Plenty of videos have been circulating since this incident has happened, and it is disgusting. Her badge needs to be revoked. And I'm so glad that you can sit here with your smug ass look on your face and call people haters because the community is pissed. And I reached out to you, Manveer, specifically at 6 a.m. the following day, sending you the video footage, and all I got was thank you. And you, I promise you, in about 4 years, when I get out of law school, I'm gonna be your worst nightmare. You sit here and laugh while Batman's talking. Maybe he's a little unorthodox, but what he was saying was valid as hell. So you should be ashamed of yourself for sitting there, hiding behind your hand, laughing. That is disgusting. And I will absolutely be your worst nightmare because shit like this needs to stop. You need to go. You need to go. You need to get a fucking grip.
Next is Christopher Brookbank, to be followed by Mina Kay.
Maurice Williams is my friend. Not personally, but a friend of similar proximity. The kind you don't even know, but stand aside anyways. I graduated from Vanden High School last year at the very beginning of the Trump admin. School is supposed to be a safe place to learn and grow. But instead we got to deal with distraction strikes? What does that even mean? What is a distraction strike? In Camacho's opinion, it's where you grab a black kid's hair and beat his head on the hard pavement. That's not a distraction strike. Distraction strikes are similar to that of a shove. And instead, Bianca Camacho beat the face of Maurice Williams in the form of pain compliance, which is not ethical under any means necessary. Here's the truth. California police departments statewide are fundamentally anti-black and anti-us, the people. Maurice is an innocent child. More innocent than any of the pigs in this building right now. We see you, and you won't be comfortable for a very long time because you are complicit in police brutality against a child. A child. Clearly, Moy has never felt the feeling of hard pavement, the feeling of the hair on your head being held like a tool. Because if you did, then Camacho would have been fired yesterday. What would have happened if that video never went viral? Would you, Catherine Moy, continue to slander black people by attributing them to politics you seem to hate? Black Lives Matter and the Black Panthers? Moy, you are clearly a hater of the black and brown people of Fairfield. You are clearly a hater of the school children of Fairfield. Well, cat shit Moy, we hate you too. Fuck you.
Are you Mina? Okay, Mina to be followed by Jane Sheehan.
Hi, my name is Mina Cucci. I drove from Oakland in 2 hours of traffic to stand behind Maurice Williams, his family, and all those who have experienced state-sanctioned violence. I'm calling for the firing and decertification of Bianca Brown. Because if she was decertified the first time she pulled that shit in Vallejo, she wouldn't have been able to transfer here. Decertification. Maurice Williams is every single one of our child. When I saw that video of him, a 16-year-old boy with a bright future ahead of him, held down with his head on the cement, being punched into with Bianca Brown's entire being, entire force. I saw my child. To beat up a child mercilessly and lie that he had a weapon is unconscionable. I hope his family sues for trauma, the damage physically and mentally inflicted on him that may take years and generations to heal. Bianca Brown being transferred to Fairfield was a liability, and now the city of Fairfield will have to pay for that. If you do not do the right thing, I promise you, the entire Bay Area, from San Jose, Batman drove from San Jose to Oakland to Sacramento, will be at these front steps and on these streets. We will continue to organize and keep showing up to every single one of these meetings. No justice, no peace. Thank you.
Jane Sheehan, to be followed by Cora Cotton.
Good evening. My name's Jane Sheehan. I'm a board member with Together We Stand, which is a national social justice organization. We're going to be helping this family make sure that this doesn't happen again. We're appalled. We want this officer fired and decertified right away. No administrative leave for this person. Take care of it. We'll see you around.
Next is Cora Cotton, to be followed by Tiana Justice, and the last name starts with a C. After Cora.
Okay, I just want to start off by thanking the community for coming together like this. It just makes me feel so good, and I really want to thank everybody for coming together all throughout the Bay Area to come here and support Maurice and his family, our family, because we've known them for so many years. Our kids have been growing up together. I've known Maurice since he was little. He's always been respectful. He's super smart. He's been on honor roll multiple times, and he's a talented young man. He didn't deserve to be beat and forever traumatized. He will forever be traumatized by this. Bianca, I'll start by addressing her by that. Now, because I have faith that God will guide all of you in removing her and stripping her of her badge. She repeatedly hit Maurice, demanding his hands when they were literally in her face. Literally in her face, as she continuously hit him in his head. Why didn't she grab him at that time? If he would have ever even tried to move his hand with her sitting on him, she would have said, "He's grabbed for my gun." He would have been dead. And I'm so thankful that God didn't let it turn out that way. Everyone is all in the comments on social media making racist statements, saying he should have listened, he should have complied, but like I said, his hands was in her face. No one is realizing that. There was no resistance. She is a child abuser, and if she has any kids, the CPS should be knocking on her door if they already haven't, interviewing her kids, and make sure they aren't her in-home victims. I pray that her kids, if she has any, are not dealing with the things that she has caused and inflicted on Maurice that he will forever be traumatized with. Thank you. Justice for Maurice.
Justice for who? Maurice! Justice for who? Maurice! Justice for who? Maurice! Justice for who? Maurice! Fire who? Bianca! That's her name.
Next is Tiana, to be followed by Leon Cobb.
Hi, I'm a senior at Fairfield High School. I'm not much of a public speaker, but I really wanted to use my voice to stand up for one of my classmates who is much younger than me. I didn't know that he was only 15 or 16 years old when I saw that video, and it broke my heart even more knowing that he's only in his second year of high school having to go through this, where he should be feeling safe and protected at school. I watched that boy get brutalized by Fairfield officer Bianca Camacho. She punched him repeatedly in the head as he held his hands, protecting his face from the blows. I didn't know Maurice Williams personally, but watching this violence happen on my own campus and subsequently having to see the graphic video of the attack on repeat for days afterwards was traumatizing. It broke my heart for Maurice, his family, and all of the other kids like myself having to face the reality that this system supports our abuse. I imagined my friends getting their locks and their curly hair pulled by somebody who was supposed to protect them. What was even more disheartening was watching Fairfield PD scramble to justify a clear abuse of power caught on camera, stating that the punches thrown at an already subdued child were merely distraction strikes. It should not be protocol or a part of training to seemingly try and concuss a child who clearly poses no threat and is in fear of his life. He was holding his hands above his head. When she said, "Give me your fucking hands," he had his hands behind his back. She said that because she really likely wanted to hurt him more and was trying to justify it later by saying things like that on camera. It's not... Over the weekend, another video resurfaced of Officer Camacho exhibiting the same lack of impulse control and a clear use of excessive force on an 18-year-old female. This officer has clearly proven that she has horrible de-escalation skills and answers every call looking for someone to hurt rather than someone to help. So how should this individual be allowed to wear the badge of a peace officer ever again? Why are we tolerating this? Why are we holding young boys and girls to a higher standard than our law enforcement? We're meant to accept that students are dragged to the ground by their hair as a consequence for not listening the first time, but an officer of the state can commit battery on video twice, and not only does she get off scot-free, but she is defended by her police department publicly, all over social media. Corruption is clearly running rampant across Solano. We've heard many stories about Vallejo officers being transferred to Fairfield, back to Vallejo every time that they commit a crime instead of actually being reprimanded. They're put on desk duty, transferred from department to department to avoid backlash, and then they end up brutalizing another innocent person. These officers must be removed and charged. We all watch the news and have seen what happens typically to young black men when power repeatedly goes unchecked. So I implore the city of Fairfield to stand up to this corruption, take action, and stop enabling and excusing this violent behavior before it escalates and someone is seriously injured or killed by Officer Camacho and the blood lies on your hands.
Next is Leon, to be followed by La Taquiana.
Hello. No, not you. I came here to address you. I hate you. So, I guess my question here is, are you going to, like, acknowledge anything? Are you going to, like, do you think Officer Bianco did anything wrong at all? Like, at all you've done is sat here and nod your head, yes, no, like a dumbass, and I just want to know.
Do you really want an answer?
Yeah, I want your answer.
Okay. The answer is this. None of us are allowed to speak. That's why we're quiet right now.
You're speaking
I've
right
already-
now, dumbass. I didn't ask you that.
There's
try
an
again.
investigation going on
Uh-huh.
outside.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you what's your thoughts
I already said
on
that
the
earlier.
situation with Officer Bianco, where you said, I can't speak as you're speaking. Shut up and answer the question, please. Is that it? You guys know who not to vote for, right? You guys know who not to vote for. Don't vote for Catherine Moy for mayor. Thank you. You suck.
La Taquiana? Tashiana, I'm sorry. La Tashiana, I apologize.
I just got off work, coming all the way from Coma on BART and bus. I'm a resident. You can't hear me? Okay, you can't hear me, and I've noticed you guys for the last 10 minutes not even taking notes. And you just said that you cannot even speak and give your own opinion to the community. I am livid. I have been a resident of Solano County, moved from Richmond, California, and I see some people from Richmond supporting Fairfield community, of which you guys put in place, who swore an oath. And I just went to an academy 2 weeks ago, 185th Academy. It was a beautiful establishment to see, and I appreciate you now taking notes, Ms. Moy. But again, I guess this incident with this police officer came at a perfect timing. Would you all agree? Because everybody got a vote. Are you guys on the ballots? Is your name on the ballot right now? It is. This community is outraged. Outraged. I knew this event, this meeting or whatever, this forum you guys had going on started at 4 o'clock. I circled the block. Thank God for KCRA. They seem like the only news people out there that's just, they was here. They was right over there. They gone now. So for them to still be parked out there, that made me circle back just to come and see if you guys are going to say anything. I'm very upset. My daughter just graduated from this Fairfield High School. She went to PSA. I did not want my daughter to go to any public school, period. PSA was grounded, it was stable, it was convenient for me, uniform, everything, everything. I allowed her to go to Vacaville High. Worst decision ever. So prejudiced out there. I was appalled the first day of school, seeing all the KKK flags. In this world right now where we are all going through, in every community across the globe, we see all this police brutality. That baby was 15 years old. And I'm speaking to everybody from the heart. I didn't come in here with nothing written down. I watched everything on news. I seen all the racist comments. I don't know if anybody is in here who done turned a blind cheek to what happened to that little boy. That's offensive. And then to see another incident just last year happen to another lady, that's disgraceful. Imagine it being one of your kids. Imagine it's your grandkid. You look old enough. And I'm not saying it offensive because I'm too young, probably in your eyes, to have 3 grandkids. I got 3. I have 3. And I'm raising 2 of them that's mixed. Okay? I don't look at the race thing. I don't look at color. Okay? You over there texting, I don't know what you're doing. I really hope you're taking notes. Seriously. I came in through the door and they was on your head. For what? I don't even know. What if it was your kid? Are you a community member? Do you live in this community? It's multi-diverse out here. And when I say diverse, you got the homeless people, you got the building of a rehab facility that y'all apparently supposed to have voted down. We got drug, everything is over here. And my biggest question is, what happened to the school resources officers? This is a Fairfield police officer. You guys defunded the school resource people? Or am I just outdated? I'm sorry, I'm a class of 95. That was a school resource? Okay, my bad. But I see that she's a police officer. I just felt that she overstepped her boundaries. And the boy is only 15 years old. He's not even mentally developed as a grown-up to even comprehend what was going on. And she looked young enough also to still not be developed. You guys do need to do more psychological programming, teaching, everything before you put these type of people in position. That's all I got to say.
Next is Najora Watley.
I just have a question. If us as community members get stopped by a police officer, if we give them a different name than our legal, what's on our ID, it's false identification. So why is it that Officer Camacho can give her name as being Brown instead of Camacho? That's not what her badge says. And the other thing is, the statements that are being put out there regarding Maurice, a lot of it is false. This is an honor roll student. This is a student that has never had any encounter with the peace officers at all. So for there to be slander on his name, on him having previous encounters with this officer, which is false. My little cousin plays football. His life revolves around football. His father raised him that way. His father has not allowed him in any street, anything. He has been raising all of his children the right way. But the slander that's going on regarding my little cousin, him being 15 years old, me seeing this video while I'm at work, and my coworkers coming to me and telling me, hey, can you record this? My son's there and I want to make sure he's okay. And for her son to tell her that it's my little cousin bothered me. It instantly made me contact my cousin and say, where is he? I have him. Is this video him? Yes. That hurt. That could have been my son. This is my daughter. That it should not be what we have to view as our peace officers. Peace officers are not supposed to go instantly ready to harm a student. I work with the disabled community. I know how to de-escalate. But if Officer Camacho or Brown or whatever she wants to go by cannot de-escalate a situation where he was already, the resource officer already had him. So instead of asking, do you need help? She instantly went to action. That was not necessary. The resource officer, my cousin had his hands behind his back and going backwards towards the resource officer. You can hear him turn over his shoulder and ask someone behind him to grab his backpack, where Officer Camacho comes and then slams him to the ground. It was not called for. That's all I have to say.
Next is Anna Patero. And then I do see one hand raised online too, after Anna.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Moore, members of the City Council. Ana Pitero, Fairfield Student Unified School District Governing Board, Area 6. I'm speaking as an individual. In 2014, when Michael Brown lay on the street dying, his mother said, "Do you know how hard I worked to keep my child in school?" In 2020, when we were protesting the murder of George Floyd, one of the police officers came to where we were protesting, and a 3-year-old little black boy who looked like that little boy over there looked at his mother and he said, "Is he here to shoot me?" I've never been comfortable with any kind of police presence on our campuses. What do we do to our children in elementary school, in junior high school that requires SROs in high school? These are the same children. I was elected to the school board in 2020. I brought this incident up as to what the efficacy is of having police officers on our campus because of the experience of our children with police officers on the street. It gives them anxiety. How are they going to study? I brought this up at the school board meetings. And you know what? There was no public comment. I have been on the board for 5.5 years talking about the efficacy, and I've written op-eds of standardized testing, police officers on campus. I have begged our community to show up and volunteer in our schools. Because the majority of our teachers are white, the majority of our students are not. And our children are at the mercy of these teachers and administrators. Not once in the 5.5 years that I've been on the board has there been public comment to this effect. I'm going to leave us all with the words of John Donne. No man is an island unto himself, entire of himself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a cloud be washed away by the sea, Europe is a less, as well as if a promontory were, or any manner of thy friends or thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind. Therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. It tolls for you. It tolls for us. It tolls for the community. Language matters. What we say to our children matters. There is so much language in this community today, and we're upset our children heard all of that. Never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. It tolls for me. It tolls for us.
I just got one more card, Xenia Tom.
All right. Moy, I definitely have to address you. Definitely. I have watched so many things online about you. I've gone to some of the Solano Community College little debate thing that you did with Wanda. And the biggest thing that I've noticed is you play the victim. You play the victim. And watching just my fellow community of Fairfield, I've grown up here since I was 5.5, adopted. A lot of people know my family very, very well. I'm sure you probably do too. Oh, never seen it. Oh, well, never seen it. Mom passed away, but oh, that's good to know. But for you to call your own city as our mayor haters, that hurts. No, you are the hater. You are the hater. You are somebody who is supposed to lead our city. And I could not see you as our supervisor. I cannot. And then to sit there and say that some of the money you've gotten endorsed, I just watched your video today that was on Facebook. You talk about how you're using some of that money for this investigation. I've seen a lot, and you can deny everything. And it's funny how you sit here and you tell everybody in this room. It's so funny that you'll sit here and tell everybody in this room that you can't speak, but you're communicating with me. You're mouthing back to me. You can't tell. That's a hypocritical thing. And to me, I look at you as a hypocrite. I'm afraid for my daughter, who will be in high school next year. I'm deathly terrified for her. She is mixed, and she has black in her as well. And even she is nervous to start high school because of the outrage of this young boy who did not deserve what he got done to him. Also, I have never once seen you do anything for the disabled community as much as I pay attention. Not once. You have taken away so much of the busing for the disabled community. Yes, I am a big advocate for the busing, and I have fought Fairfield for the busing numerous times. So there's a lot that I just cannot stand about you, and it just breaks my heart that there are so many people who applaud this officer for doing what she did. It's not okay. And I hope that you have some heart and some dignity for this community.
Before we move to the person online, did anyone else wish to speak? Okay. What's your name? I'll just write your card. Haley. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have been a part of this community my entire life. I was born here. I was raised here. My whole family is here. And standing in front of you guys today, I'm absolutely disgusted and appalled. It's a shame, and you should all be ashamed of yourself. If you've seen the video, you know what happened, and you know what was wrong. You should be speaking up with your community. You should be rising up behind them. You are here for your community, and all I've seen is you stand down with your backs to us. If your name is on that ballot, you should be holding hands with your community and listening to them. You're writing notes, and I hope you're taking notes and listening. Your community needs you, and you're obviously not paying attention. I'm disgusted. Have the day you deserve, Catherine Moy.
And I think we have two more speakers.
They can just come up to the mic.
Yeah, if you just come up, I'll write your name on the card.
They don't need to fill out a card.
I can put.
Come on up.
Okay, go ahead.
It's okay.
Do you want to give your name or no?
It's
It's fine.
Okay.
She doesn't have to.
We have seen this cycle of violence repeated again and again over many, many centuries. When will we learn from history? Maurice was a child, and Bianca decided to assault him in an act of racism and brutality. To everyone watching, listening, use your voice. Speak up. You have so much more power than you realize or acknowledge. Use that voice. Use it to speak against this discrimination that so many people will just stand back and let slide by. We as a society will never make progress if we don't actively make an effort to fight this violence. The blood is on the hands of each of you who stand back and do nothing to fight back. I stand here today as a fellow student at Fairfield High School to say that what happened to Maurice is inexcusable. To urge that Officer Bianca Camacho be terminated from the police department and prosecuted for what she's done. To say that you, Catherine Moy, should be ashamed of yourself for your lack of action. You stood back and allowed this monster to traumatize an innocent student. And as a transgender person with autism and ADHD, I have seen the same thing that happened to Maurice happen so often to people like me. So many marginalized communities have been attacked by the very system we were told would protect us. Where was the protection when he was beaten to the ground over his skin color? I sure as hell don't feel safe or protected by this government, knowing that the same thing could happen to me due to my gender identity. Our rights are at stake under the Trump administration, and I will not just stand back and watch this happen to me and the people I care about, and neither should you.
Thank you.
Is this a good distance? Where's the distance?
You're good.
Okay.
Yes. If you want to bend it up, you can. If it's more comfortable. There you go.
I want to firstly state the obvious and say that what happened at my school is inexcusable. We rightfully talk about this incident because it's disturbing and horrifying to know that a child was beat into the ground by a racist officer in our own community. But I want to use my voice today to talk about the deeper issue. Let's just acknowledge the reality of the situation. If what happened to Maurice on Wednesday happened to a white kid, we wouldn't be here today. Bianca would be fired, shamed of, and condemned within a day. But we're here today, and it's all excused just because Maurice happened to be black. This injustice against my fellow students and fellow people only happened because of two larger issues in society: police brutality and systemic racism. This has been happening for not just years, not even decades, but centuries in this country. And we continue to see it allowed and enabled by this system. I think a lot of people don't truly understand that racism isn't just when a white kid says something mean and hurts a black kid's feelings. It isn't just something we read about in history class. Real racism is rooted in our society. Real racism is happening here and now. Real racism is systemic. It's in the air we breathe. Real racism is when I have to be scared when a police car drives near my girlfriend when I'm walking her home just because of the color of her skin. And yes, real racism is what we witnessed on Wednesday when Maurice was beaten into the ground. We're not here to ask for an apology while you sweep this under the rug and let it happen again. We're here to call for Officer Bianca to be fired and not allowed to serve again. We're here to demand that something be done to investigate the police. And we are here to demand that steps be taken to make sure that there never has to be another victim like Maurice had to be, just to get you all to wake up.
Thank you.
Okay, and did anyone else wish to speak? Okay, Jake, can you, oh, I see there's two hands raised now. Can you bring the first speaker online, please? Thank you.
Guest with the number ending in 410, you have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Hi.
Good evening, Council. Oh, hello.
Hi, we can hear you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to start off by saying I'm super proud of my community. For you guys to show up and demand accountability, it's inspiring. I wanted to speak today. My name is Joseph Joyce, and I wanted to ask a question. So how are we supposed to expect an independent third-party investigation to find or see anything that the community didn't see for justice for Maurice when Catherine Moy this morning is online in a video making fun of the third-party investigation that's investigating her for not living within the city of Fairfield? She's mocking the third-party investigation. She's calling it a political show. So to me, it's a sham. You guys trying to say that you're going to hire somebody to do a third-party investigation. I don't see any justice for Maurice. Also, I also don't see that report. The report was supposed to be out today. I've checked. I don't see it. So where's that at? You guys have my email address. I don't know if it's buried somewhere on the website, but we want to see it. Also, I think I'm asking the council today to revisit making a motion to censor Cat Moy. We've heard multiple times today where she's attacked the community. She's mocked Black Lives Matter. She's mocked citizens. She's defamed people, including several of you on the council. So who's behind these political attacks now, Moy? Your opponent, California Forever? Who are you going to claim that's doing this now? You're always playing the victim. I'm tired of it. I see that the community is tired of it. We need accountability. And yes, guys, she's been quiet. She doesn't want to speak. June 2nd is the election, and you guys need to vote her out. Thank you.
Jake, do we have another speaker?
Yes. McKenna, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Go ahead, McKenna.
Hello?
Go ahead, McKenna.
Here we go, sorry. So I am a independent reporter with Reese on the Street, and I had 2 questions, mainly for the council as a whole. Mayor Moy stated earlier in this city council meeting that you guys were unable to comment on the investigation. Do we get to know why you guys are unable to comment? And then my second question is mainly, what do we do as a what should we expect to see as a community for any potential accountability, any change? Is there anything that the council is going to be working towards to help the community? Thank you.
So I'm just going to say what we can legally say, and that is that there is an investigation, it's independent, and it will be fully transparent, and it will go before we do have as the city manager said earlier, we do have a group that is made up of citizens who will look at that report, and they'll make a decision about what needs to happen. And they're listening to you. Some of them are in this room. One of them, I think. So that's what we can say, and that's what we're getting as far as legal advice. I'll also say what I just said earlier, and that is that despite what people have said, I and others on this council are very upset about what's gone on, and I'll leave it at that. Called a police commission, no, sir. It's what do we call it?
It's a citizen audit committee.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's police accountability.
Yeah, anytime there's citizen complaints against the police department, then that committee is the one that is asked to review that. I believe it's 5 or 6.
Is that it as far as public comment?
I think there might have been.
We have 2 more. Justin, you have 3 minutes.
I don't know, or I would be. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a name. Yeah.
And I think we still have 2 hands raised online. Is that right, Jake?
Yes, Justin is on, and you have 3 minutes.
Justin. Okay, go ahead, Justin.
Thank you so much. My name is Justin Hall. I live in Marigan, and I just want to hop on that, listen in, listen in, be kind to other. Another thing is, I want to see if you guys can upgrade the website and make it good scribing. I know there's nothing on there, but I want to see if we can look in and make a better, good website. So thank you so much for letting me come in.
This is about the website, and you want are you saying, I'm sorry? Oh, upgrade the website? Oh, so it's larger font. Is that right, sir? I think that's what he was asking. All right, thank you.
We have one more. Edward, you have 3 minutes.
Go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
So, I know you guys know me. You know me by Smitty. It is, first of all, I want to reiterate what the other gentleman said. I'm proud to see young people come out and hold adults accountable. I use the word adults loosely, especially for fake Moy, who at one point claimed that she was 1% Hispanic to fit in with that community. Then you got fake Brittany, who got imposter syndrome. Her skin color may suggest one thing, but her action speaks volumes against that. Manvu, you know I respect you, but bro, I keep telling you, man, watch the people you surround yourself with. Doris, I got nothing but love for you. But again, here we are. Again, here we are. 2019, and now here we are again. And most of you were there, and you took it upon yourself to allow that gang member, Randy Finn, the police chief then, to retire. You also let the resource officer retire, all with full benefits after they allowed a hate crime to happen. And here we are. You're allowing this perpetrator, this predator, this violent gangster who intimidates and abuses young people to be put on administrative leave with pay. Are we serious? That's what you guys want? Your legacy? Great. And then I'll answer this for you, Moy, since you can't answer to the public. You're not speaking because you can and it's legal advice, dumbass. You're speaking because it's Robert's Rule and Brown Act you have to follow. Do you even know how to talk to the citizens? Or are you just, well, I don't want to, you already know who you are. This goes to the city manager. Ladies and gentlemen, Moy and the rest of her crew are just cronies. They're just holding spots. The city manager hires the police chief. Plain and simple. Hold the city manager accountable in his white ass. Did that white city manager ever ask the white police chief what their standard policy and procedures are? Probably not, because it doesn't affect them. What we have to do is hold the city manager accountable for this. The police chief is a pawn. It's really the police association union that we need to go after and hold them accountable. So, Mr. City Manager, I say, bring the police chief in, bring the captain in, bring the president of the association of the union in, and let them deal with the people. Hold them accountable. Make them write down how they're going to treat black men from this day forward, what they can and cannot do. That's what I'm saying. Then I say to you, Manvu and Doris, and Kay Patrice, if you will, sis, I got nothing but love for you, but I'm requesting professionally who agendize removing the police chief and firing this perpetrator immediately without pay. That's my request. I look for someone to tap in with me. You all know how to contact me. It's all good. However, this cannot continue to happen. Black kids getting beaten, young people getting beaten, Take a stand now or forever carry the blood on your hands. That's what that is. Please do not allow this happen again. It is unfortunate, it's sad, it's pathetic, and it's unhuman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jake, I don't see any more hands raised online. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. And one last time, did anyone else wish to speak? Okay.
All right. We are going to then move on to the consent calendar. Oh, I'm sorry, the Paradise Valley Maintenance and Monitoring District. That's the consent for this. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on?
Oh, do you mean item K? Or I mean item L?
Paradise Valley Maintenance and Monitoring?
Yeah, the convene of the joint meeting of the city council?
Yes.
Value the words of your community, your citizens, that no one says anything. Even my sisters over there, I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but you would expect something be said. You only got to say too much, but something to acknowledge the pain, the hurt, the frustration, the anger, the disappointment. It can't just be, we heard y'all, get to the next day, you ready to go home. Because we'll show up again. And then the next time we show up, we're not going to be polite, because we were being polite because we wanted people to speak. Next time, it's going to be a little bit more intense. And I may not be there to hold these people back and say, no, let's get to talking, because we want our city council members to hear us. You guys have an opportunity just to address your community outside of the mayor and say, we hear you, we understand. Each council member should have took upon themselves to say, I want to say something about this, not a statement of, we're frustrated. No, I want to hear from every single one of you. What did you feel when you saw that video? How did you feel when you woke up and you had about 100 emails and calls from your community asking you, what are you guys going to do? But I guarantee you, this is what I will guarantee you, the nature of your behavior and how you respond now, immediate action will come eventually from the community. So you're not going to be able to just show up when it's fun and happy. You're going to have to show up when it's intense, when people don't want to hear your spill about why we should re-elect you. Just humanity, let's have humanity come out. Say something to your community, the people that are left, the people that are watching.
You know what?
So you know. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, we do have limitations on what we can, say about the ongoing investigation. There is no determination yet. But I want to be clear about this, that of course, and I'm speaking for myself and maybe all of us, but of course, when we see this video with Maurice Williams, I'm a mother. It's alarming. I'm a city council member. I'm responsible. Like everybody said here tonight, we're all responsible. What I did tonight was listen. See, that's why I gave, instead of trying to go back and forth, I'm listening. And not only am I listening, I'm planning. I'm planning on working in this community like I have done for a long time on this city council. I am a consensus builder. And that's what I plan on doing in this community with this issue. I'm going to be meeting with you.
And I'm going to be meeting with my other constituents, and I've already talked to a lot of people. We need to have these conversations. You know why? Because we have to live together. But tonight was your night to talk to us, who you hold responsible, and you well should, because that's what we signed up for, to be held responsible. So with the limitations on what we can say, I can tell you how I felt. And I have to tell you this as well, that the Fairfield Police Department has done a lot of work community building in this community. And I expect that to continue. I expect our police chief, Dan Marshall, will get to the bottom of this. He's the expert on all of these issues, not me. But we will respond. And so yes, I'm concerned. I'm disturbed. I have 2 children who went to high school in Fairfield. So yeah, somebody asked, what if this was your child? Yeah, I would be. It was hard for me to watch, and it wasn't my child. So I can't even imagine what this family is feeling. But at the end of the day, we have to live together. We have to, and we have to do a better job at it. So no, I'm not going to sit here and just turn away and not do anything. I'm going to be contacting you. In fact, here's my card right here. Please use it. Please use it. Because the way we're going to get through this is together. So,
Now again, we're not asking you to say anything about the case. We understand that. But what you just did, Vice Mayor, is what we want to feel. That someone has a pulse in you. Someone feels what we felt when we saw that heinous video of this young man at his school being beat, and all for what? Because of overzealous, unhinged, abusive law enforcement officer that these taxpayer pays decided to go overboard and use excessive force, and then nonchalantly pretend like all's fair in love and war. So I thank you, Vice Mayor, for letting us know you have a pulse.
I've got more than that.
Lady, let's go.
I've got more than that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you.
So I wanted to say a few words as well, sir. Definitely wanted to say a few words as well. I moved to Fairfield 10 years ago from Vallejo, and I moved because the school system was terrible and because of police safety. And so I packed up my family and moved them here to Fairfield. So to watch any type of video that has Fairfield in this light, police in this light, I raised 2 black boys, I feel away. But what I know is that, a few things. Due process matters. Like us, the best thing that our chief could have done is said, let me take this out of my hands and put this in the hands of a independent investigator, because we've got to see every single piece of missing video. We have to see everything from end to end. So I know that. That's what my heart tells me. Also, I know that if there is, I'm going to just say this out front. Just as if there is wrongdoing here and it looks bad, if there's wrongdoing here, I don't believe for a minute that the police department, with all these great officers that we have great officers. I think if there's wrongdoing, they don't like this either. And I know that because I've had retired officers call me over the last few days. They don't like this. If it's not right, they don't like it. I will also say that, over the last few days, learning about excessive force, distraction protocol, cultural bias, overcompensating, those have been the key words being discussed, meaning
that we have an opportunity to grow if everything that was done is distraction protocol and is correct. Well, this is an opportunity, if that's right, this is an opportunity for us to get better and change those policies. Also, we also have to layer over our kids. Like, so if this is the policies for adults, what is the policy for kids? So all stuff that we're learning, we can, once this independent documentation comes back, these are all questions to be asked. And they're gonna be asked. And they're gonna, I'm trying to limit my words too, but because I can imagine you all looking at us and being like, I don't feel anything. No, I feel something. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for speaking. I don't care if it took until midnight, 1 o'clock. I wanted to hear every single word, every single emotion. If that means you're throwing, just anger and passion, and I'm taking it. Thank you for coming out.
Sir, may I ask your name again, please? Beer Axis. One thing, I sat here quiet because I feel it would be disrespectful for me to interrupt this process. I don't think I can even make an intelligent comment without hearing from the people who love this boy and who is in the community with them. I think it would be wrong for me to say anything without hearing you and everybody in this room. So that's why I sit quiet, because I feel it's my duty to do so. So thank you for coming.
Any other council members want to speak? Yes, Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you. So you asked how I felt, human to human, seeing that video. Anger, frustration. I'm not a mom, but I have 2 nephews, excuse me, and one just graduated from FSUSD last year, so hits close to home. And I think about that. And, I'm first generation Mexican, and I work with youth of all backgrounds, specifically foster youth. And I know they have it really hard, right? And so I just want to acknowledge everyone that was here today, because I felt it. I didn't sleep well all weekend because this was really heavy on my heart and in my head. And I just want to thank everyone who came and spoke, because it's not easy sometimes being up here, but when we have young people and all kinds of people come up, we, like my colleague said, we want to hear you. We're here to listen. We want to make sure we get all the facts, because there is due process. And if a decision has to be made, the decision will be made when we have the opportunity to do so. And so just thank you to everybody who showed up, and we are listening and we are watching, and we expect, to be held accountable. That's the job.
Councilman Tonneson.
And thank you, sir, for bringing that all out on us. I'm sitting here, and it's just so much to take in. I think everybody was stunned by the video too, because if you need a mortgage, I'm your guy. I don't know how to do police work. I don't know the what strikes or what, but it didn't look good. But again, we are sitting here listening and taking notes and collaborating with the police and with the city staff, and but thank you for making us get off our butts and just tell you, it's disturbing.
And I think that's just all the community wants to see. We know we can't talk about the investigation, but understanding frustration, pain, the dilemma, the divide, because this is dividing the community a lot. Because some people troll what police did, and a lot of people anti what police did.
Yep.
And if we're trying to make a better community with all of us, we have to have a medium of that was not okay.
Agreed.
And here are the reasons why. We can't have that kind of conflict in our community with anything. We don't do it with our animals, and we shouldn't be able to do that with black kids because they have a hairstyle whether in a different neighborhood, or we just assume they were doing something. It's just not right.
Well, thank you for your input. I appreciate it.
And if I can get you guys cards, if everything happens.
Yeah, do you don't have anything to say? Okay. Okay. Councilman Sandu has some words.
Mayor, I think my colleagues have stated more or less all of our positions quite well, and I'd really like us to, follow whatever part of the meeting we're on going forward. We have to follow our process and protocol no matter what the issue is. And
Yes.
there will be a time for us all to make a public comment next meeting at the appropriate time, but irrespective of how tense things get, I really think no matter what, we should hold ourselves to the standard that we hold ourselves to every meeting and get back to our agenda and properly agendize this item, and then at that time properly address this. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so now we are going to go back to this. Madam Vice Mayor, did you have something?
I did.
Did you want to address?
Yeah, I was going to ask, are there any agenda items that we can continue?
Mr. City Manager, please.
Yeah, for tonight, there's a few, pardon me real quick.
I think they're 2, 3, and 5.
Yeah, items 02, 03, and 05, I believe, are going to be pulled.
Correct.
You got it.
Is that it?
That's
Okay.
it.
Do we need to vote on this?
02, 03, and 05.
Are
Yeah,
continued.
02, 03, 05. I don't think you need to vote on them. We will continue those. We'll bring those back on your next meeting.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're on L,
So we're on, yeah,
Paradise Valley. Okay.
yes.
L, Paradise Valley Maintenance and Monitoring District Consent Calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are to be approved with one motion unless a member of the Paradise Valley Maintenance Monitoring District or the public requests that separate action be taken on a specific item. And since it's a consent item, I wouldn't normally read.
Sure. Are there any public comments on this?
Yes, Theda Peck would like to speak on L1. Yes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good evening. I'm referencing the budget that I thought was going to be before me, but the earned interest revenue uses a 1%.
No, I can't hear you.
Oh. It shows it's on. Testing.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just got to get a little closer. For the budget, for the fiscal 26-27 budget, the earned interest revenue uses a 1% estimation, when historically it has collected a minimum of 2% or more. By estimating 2%, it would reduce our assessment by 20%. So my question is, why is only 1% being used? By not applying a really realistic percentage, the additional revenue exceeds the expenses by $24,000. And whenever you guys see that budget, you'll see that. The district is currently using two methodologies to determine the target reserve balance. Since 24-25, a 2.5 CPI adjustment has been applied to the target reserve. This change was not previously or specifically identified in the district's documents. The original method is of the reserve balance is the reserve fund study. How are the differences between these two systems to be rectified or balanced? Particularly since in the 2022 reserve study, it actually reduced the desired reserve fund from 1.7 million to 1.5 million. Currently, using the reserve study, we are over $200,000 over the reserve study amount. By the end of 25-26, the actual reserve fund balance, which is money in the bank, is projected to exceed the target balance, which is what they want to achieve using the CPI. It exceeds it by $61,000, and there's a $26,000 surplus projected in 26-27. When the additional interest earned historically expected occurs, that extra 1% makes the surplus $44,000 in 26-27. Why are these surpluses not being returned to the residents? By not doing so, the surplus goes into the reserve fund. According to the engineer's report, the reserve increase should be driven by a specific slope mitigation special benefit factor. When applying the operational surpluses directly to the reserve, the district is bypassing this designated funding process and funding the reserve in excess of its own target reserve CPI. In July 2024, there's a staff report that specifically stated excessive assessments were being collected, and we keep doing it. You guys keep doing it. The budget has got to be looked at. The 2% needs to be applied to the interest, and any reserve surpluses need to be credited back to the next year's budget, so it reduces the assessment fee. Thank you.
Thank you. Could somebody from staff speak to some of those things? Please.
Hi, everybody. Chris Lewis, Senior Management Analyst, Public Works. So there is a projected $61,000 surplus in the target in the fund balance for this fiscal year for 25-26. That $61,000 comes from interest revenue that was higher than anticipated in 24-25 and 25-26. But when we're developing the budget, we're looking at the fund holistically, so we're not just looking at the single year, we're looking at 5 years out. And if you go from 26-27 all the way to 30-31, we're actually projecting a negative $150,000 fund balance, negative against our target fund balance. Because of that reserve fund study that Ms. Peck was referring to back in 2022, we do add a CPI. So the initial reserve balance was set at $1.5 million, but there's a CPI added to that every single year. So the $61,000 surplus this year actually shrinks to $26,000 next year. And again, when we're adding the CPI into the target fund balance, it shrinks every year.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
But here's what I don't understand. What I don't understand is why we have such a surplus in the reserve and why we wouldn't refund a portion of that to at least bring the reserve down to what it should be today.
Because again, we're looking at the fund holistically. If we were to reduce what we're collecting.
But I heard that, but I believe the residents want their, they want their money back out of this account. I mean, so is that like a legal thing to view the budget holistically?
Not illegal, no, it's not legally required, but it's just best practice because in 2024, this council directed staff to maintain the target fund balance according to the reserve fund study. And so that's what we're trying to do. If we reduce, first, I would like to also say in 26-27, we're not collecting the max. So we're not providing a credit to the residents as such, meaning we're not reducing the 26-27 assessments by $60,000, but we're not collecting the max. So they are receiving a benefit to that surplus, so we can maintain the target fund balance, not just in 26-27, but each year thereafter. So if we were to reduce it, let's say next year, that would cause us to go even more negative in future years. So if the idea is to maintain the target, we're looking at not just next year, we're looking at the fund as a whole, all 5 years.
Madam Mayor, can Theta speak to what she just heard?
I guess so. We've been off our rules tonight, so.
In doing the
We got to talk
projection,
a little longer.
I'm sorry, in doing the projection out, yes, in the next four years ahead of time, in the future, you show a negative, but you're not showing the projected surplus that generally will happen between the reserve collected and the expenses, because you're estimating 1% of the interest. If you need to double to get a realistic projection at the bottom line, double the interest estimated, which historically has been 2%. Last year it was 2%, or this year, I'm sorry, 2%. 24-25 was 4% interest, and the year before that was 3%. So on average, it's 2%. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower. So you're doing us this budget a disservice by not providing the historical percentage to use, and then doing it that way. Because in 27-28, you show a 15,000 deficit. That 15,000 is going to be zero or a plus number if you double your interest. And it just continues year after year. So my personal opinion is, if you're going to use that for a reason not to give the people back their money that is surplus, not just surplus of what the reserve study is, but your own target fund, that's money there. It's inappropriately funding the reserve by not using the slope mitigation. So I'm paying the same thing as like Rick does, and he lives butt up against the mountain, the hillside. We're paying the same amount. If to fund the reserve, to put money in that target reserve, I'm paying, let's say $380. He'd be paying $1,000, because that slope mitigation is to fund the reserve that protects them when something happens. It doesn't protect me. It protects them. So everybody that is not butt up against that hillside is getting screwed. Okay. And my personal opinion is this whole projection is false. The next 5-year projection is false, because the numbers are not adequate. I run 2 major budgets, and it's 2%, and it's historical, whatever the historical thing is. And this money doesn't go anywhere. It's not like the LLMDs. It's not money in, money out. This money is going to increase in interest every year, because we're putting more money into it than is being spent.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move to approve item L1.
Okay, we've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
And I'm a no.
Okay, so it carried 5-0. I'm sorry, 5-2.
Yes. Thank you. It was a motion to approve it. Yes. Okay, where are we now? We are on, we're reconvening the council meeting now.
Okay, at 8:11. Okay, now we're on the regular consent. All matters listed on the consent calendar are to be approved with one motion unless a member of the city council or the public requests that separate action be taken on a specific item. I don't have any speaker cards for any of the N items. Did anyone wish to speak on the consent calendar? Okay.
We're all good here, team?
No hands are raised online.
All right, then I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That was unanimous. And now we are going to move to new business, please.
And Mayor Moy, you made the motion, and,
Oh, no, Scott
seconded.
Tonneson and.
Oh, you made it.
Manveer.
oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll let you down.
Okay.
Okay. Item O, new business. 01, Resolution 2026-8.
Yes.
Oh, do I need to wait till David's?
No.
No,
Okay.
good.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. David Libb, your city attorney. Before you is Agenda Item 01, Resolution 2026-87, an addition of property assessors parcel number 0037-160-040 to the City Council Election District Number 5. I apologize for not talking to Council Members Tonneson and Panduro. Oh, I did, I guess, beforehand. I'm going to ask them to recuse themselves because they are the elected representatives for District 2 and 5, which we're going to be talking about in a minute. So do you agree to recuse yourself on this matter?
Yes.
Okay,
I agree to recuse.
thank you. So if you can just wait outside, we'll call you back in a second, and I'll just wait for them to step out, other members of the council.
Thank you.
So council members Tonneson and Panduro have left. I asked them to recuse themselves in an abundance of caution. This will take me about 1 minute to explain to you, and you can ask me any questions. I'm basically going to be asking you to approve this resolution, adding a parcel of property to City Council Election District Number 5. Under the California Elections Code 21603 subsection A, if the city adds any new boundaries to the city in between the time that you set City Council election districts, or LAFCO adds property to the city council can, by resolution, add those properties to one of the city council election districts. And the exact wording is that it shall be added to the district closest to where it's added. So the last time this city council added or updated the election districts was on March 1st, 2022, where it had a consultant that added the 5 districts which you are all now representatives of, except for the mayor, who is a at-large district citywide election. On September 14th, 2023, LAFCO approved the additional certificate of completion annexing new county property into the city of Fairfield property, and it's attached as attachment 4 of this presentation. So, should be fairly easy. The law says that you have to add it to one of the districts. Problem is, this one sits right between districts 2 and 5. It's literally straddling 2 and 5. We City Clerk Reese talked to the consultant, and the consultant says, you know, you could pretty much add it to either one. There's really no law that guides you. However, we looked at, and City Clerk Reese agrees as the county elections, or the city elections official, that there's a little more area covering District 5. So it's a triangular piece of property, and the longer length of the property abuts District 5. So the recommendation from the city clerk as your city elections official and confirmed by the city manager and city attorney is that you approve this resolution to add it to District 5. To anticipate your questions, this is a requirement under the election law. There are currently no voters in that little parcel of property. So this is sort of, you just have to put it somewhere, but it's not going to affect the vote because currently there is no one registered to vote on that little triangle. Any questions for me? Okay.
Questions?
No.
No? I do. My question is something that was brought up earlier, and that's the Supreme Court ruling in Louisiana versus Kalis. And I don't think we should be doing anything until we address that and see if we are legal here with all of our districts.
Okay. So I have looked at the Supreme Court case. I would recommend that we still add this to the district. Because if somebody does decide to register to vote in this little triangle between now and November, I think it's too late for them to register for the June primary. But if they decide to register for the general election, they would basically be disenfranchised because they would not be able to register to vote in the city council elections, and I believe District 5 will have an election. Is Councilmember Panduro District 5?
Yes, she's up.
Yes.
Yeah, so you could potentially be disenfranchising someone. So I would recommend that you take this action today. I will say just generally, the impact of the Supreme Court case as it relates to the California Voting Rights Act is very much up in the air. There's a lot of chatter on whether or not there's going to be a challenge to California's voting laws, but we are a long way from that. And I don't recommend that this council take any action with regard to the Supreme Court case because the California Voting Rights Act is based on the California Constitution, and it is still going to be an open question whether the Supreme Court ruling on the Louisiana voting rights affects California. It's a very open question. So my recommendation, just for the limited purpose today, is I do think I highly recommend that we add this district to District 5 or District 2, whichever one you want, but I think we need to add it so that if someone registers to vote there, that they will be able to vote.
Well, we definitely don't want to disenfranchise somebody. Absolutely do not.
I'll make a motion for District 5.
I'm sorry, do you want to ask for any public comment?
Yes. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
I don't have any speaker cards. Did anyone wish to speak? No.
I've got one person
There's a hand
online.
online.
Oh, is there a hand online, Jake, for this item? 01?
Not sure, but they've been trying to put their hand up. I'm not sure if it's for this item.
He's not sure what they want to speak on.
Oh.
Do they want to speak on this item? I asked. I don't know if you're able to ask the person if it's, the item 01 is the one that we're.
Guest 072, I'm allow you to talk.
Or can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Moy, Council, City Manager Gassaway, and City Attorney Lim. My name is Lisa Murphy. I'm calling in this evening to speak on this item. Fairfield's City Council districts have not served the city well. Instead, they have been divisive, damaging, and an absolute embarrassment to our city. At present, the mayor and vice mayor are the only current council members who have been repeatedly elected in citywide races. 4 current council members previously ran in citywide elections and lost. When the city converted to council districts, these 4 individuals were able to get onto the council with few votes. Here are their vote totals. Williams, 2,121. Tonneson, 3,974. Parr, 3,032. And Panduro, 1,599. The Vista Ridge project is a recent example of how 4 council members voting in lockstep can negatively affect a part of the city where they do not live. In addition, at the request of a Fairfield department head, Solano County Supervisor Wanda Williams and Assemblywoman Lori Wilson submitted letters to the city of Fairfield supporting the project. If the project mattered that much to them, one might ask why they did not support locating it in Sassoon City, where they both live. This situation illustrates how city council districts have contributed to the current Vista Ridge controversy here in Fairfield. The city should strongly consider the impacts of the recent United States Supreme Court ruling in Louisiana versus Kalis and not expand these disastrous districts and instead revert to citywide elections. This is the only way to elect qualified leaders who will set policies that benefit the entire community rather than cause harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other people who would like to speak online or in
No.
here? All right, then we'll bring it back. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved
What are you moving?
to add this new district to
What-
District 5.
District
Okay,
5?
I thought Mr. Carr made the motion.
Oh,
I did.
you did make the motion?
Okay, do you want to second it?
I'll second
Mr.
it.
Sen-
and we'll just move
Okay.
on.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
And I'm a no. That carries, of course.
4-1.
4-1.
Oh, sorry. Forgot we had 2 that were recused.
And we can bring them back in, please. Thank you.
Thank you, council.
What? Oh. I'm going to use the restroom with her.
Hey, your area just got bigger.
You can go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Item O4, budget update for fiscal years 2025 to 2026 and 2026 to 2027. And our presenter is John Furtado, our Director of Finance.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. We are here today after a long night with the mid-cycle budget study session. I'll try to make this as quick as I can. I also want to thank my fellow colleagues, staff, and my excellent budget team for the hard work they've put into this. So today I'll just go over the general fund, some of the current year impacts we are seeing, or a little bit of the base projections, and touch upon a few of the other funds that we need to look at today. So just to start with, as we looked back at the year we are in, that is 2026, we did do some adjustments. We're looking at 2.7 million more in revenue, primarily coming from property taxes, a little bit from the strike team revenue that we have. Expenses are slightly elevated on the staff side. We actually have seen around 1.1 million increase in fire overtime, but we're getting around 400 of that back in strike team, so around 700 excess. So that increases our expenses, even though we had a lot more in salary savings. Looking down at the transfers, you see those are the transfers that council had approved before, so we're still looking at, before any adjustments, in that 11 million, 12 million range of our deficit. So some of the impacts that we are going to look at, the LLMD impacts to the general fund, these are baked into the current year. Do you have the right page, Mayor?
Sorry?
Were you looking at the right page, or?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
You're good, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
I didn't want to get you lost
No, I'm
there.
good,
Okay.
thanks.
So here we're talking about the impacts of the LLMDs on the Tacker case. So we did have that settlement that was paid out on the first line. Council decided to do automatic refunds. That's going to be a 1.5 million hit. And then the administration of that was 50,000. But the line that you see there, the refund reserve, little around $500,000 is what we are currently keeping for those people who would come in and claim the full refund. That represents roughly 15%. If we see different numbers as the forms come in, we might have to come back to council, but we think this is a good estimate to start with. Also, the other impacts that you have seen baked into the projection, we talked at the council retreat on this. That is our housing funds will need general fund support. In 2025, we had monies from the RDA that we used. In 2026, we still have some leftover housing funds to use, but we still would need a $500,000 general fund subsidy. And then going forward from 27 onwards, we are looking at 1.1 million. That's after the Semieto sale, which is baked into there as a possibility. We also wanted to just point out that we have around 16 million in housing properties that are available for sale. If some of these were sold, it would relieve the general fund from the full support, but over the long-term projections, it would be good to see some general fund support for housing. So the known impacts built into the budget that you see here.
Hey, John, would you mind me, go back one more. What exactly is causing the general fund to have to give money to the housing funds? What's causing that deficit? That's what I'm looking at.
So housing funds, housing departments, generally the administration costs are borne by cities. The programs are funded by the federal government, right? So you have a Section 8 program that will be funded for the vouchers, and there'll be a small admin cost, 10% or 15%, but that doesn't really cover the staffing costs that we need to run these programs.
So it's staffing.
It's staffing, and it's also the other cost allocations that we have between, the IT, finance, all these charges also need to be clawed back. So the federal government admin dollars that we receive are not sufficient. So I don't know of any housing department in California that would be self-sufficient on housing or federal funds on their own. For the programs, yes, but not for the administration side. And I think Latan could add some more.
And so then my question becomes, with the changes at the federal level coming up, do we see bigger deficits? What are they saying about it? I'm talking about Section 8. I'm talking about those kind of things. That's what I'm asking.
So the Section 8, again, if the federal dollars decrease, the admin dollars that we can get will decrease.
Oh,
But it's not a same proportion of what our expenses would decrease by. So if, let's say, the Section 8 program was cut by 50%, our Section 8 admin fee coming out from there is, I believe, around 10%. So we would lose 10% of 50%, which is not going to be the same impact as losing 50% of the vouchers.
I get it.
So yes, our costs will go up at a marginally slower rate.
Okay, that answers my question there. Mr. City Manager, do you have something you look like you might want to say? No? Good?
No. Right
Okay.
now, I think John
Thank
gave you a good
John.
answer.
That answered my question. Thank you. Oh, yes.
For this slide, sorry, the following one, could you get back to me on the year these were all put for sale after the meeting?
So these are actively in the market. We haven't got all of them really interest in all of them. There's been one of them, I know that there's been 3 proposals that the council has rejected. City Manager, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I believe all of them, we started putting them up on the market in 2021, 2022, as a result of changing state law under Surplus Land Act, and requirements that if we don't have, clearly identifiable uses, then we're required to put those properties up for sale. So we've listed all of these under that process. And a couple of them just, I think council's aware, a couple of them, we're actually in negotiations right now on transactions. One of them, the Highway 12 property, I think we've come to council 3 or 4 times now in closed session on, different concepts that have been floated. And those are things that haven't, really worked out for what the city's interests are, what city council's interests are at that site. So, and then a couple of them, despite being out there on the market, really haven't had any interest since placing them up for sale.
Thank you.
Okay, we can move on. Thank you.
So looking at the other impacts that we'll see here that I just wanted to touch upon as a list. So this is basically our CalPERS slide showing our long-term CalPERS costs. As you see there, there's a huge increase in that as we go through. We are almost at the peak, but not there yet. This year, we paid around $34 million in unfunded as well as normal costs. That goes to 36, 37, and then jumps to 40. And then you see it come down in the outer years. And all that assumes that the performance of CalPERS will be 6.8%. But it's an important slide to see how our costs go up and then come back down in the future. The other challenges that we are facing, these are, the general liability fund that we have. We've seen a huge increase in just the premiums that we are paying. Those have gone up 140% over the last 5 years, right? And then also the awards that juries are giving out today. So without tort reform, this is a serious issue that we are seeing exponentially rising costs for the city. Workers' compensation, a huge hit. Over the last 5 years, we've gone from 157 funded status to 32%. Our liability has gone 2 times from 9.3 to 20 million. Cash reserves have gone down as well. So this is another one of those areas where we are seeing increased cost, increased injuries, and we'll be coming up with another proposal in the next few slides. The energy efficiency project, we've built in some short-term costs here. So as council knows, we had a $30 million project for energy efficiency. We used 10 million of our own funds, borrowed 20 million. The debt service of that is 1 million every year, but it comes over time as the project gets up and the cost of PG&E goes higher than the cost we projected. Right now, we are having a 0.3 million or 300,000 in savings that would break even somewhere in year 9. But in the meanwhile, we'll be funding that extra 700, and it goes from 765 in that way. It's not linear. So this is just a reminder that of that same first slide of where we are in terms of our long-term deficit with these known items baked in. So now I will move towards the proposed adjustments. This is where we are seeking a little bit of council's direction today. One of the discussions we are going to have is on fire staffing, some of the operational needs, and some personnel adjustments. So starting off with the fire staffing, we have a EMS project that's going on with the county. Council is aware of this. That has got delayed in terms of the award. So we have a limited duration battalion chief position that was specifically for this EMS project, and we want to extend that till December of this year when the county will actually award the contract. This one is going to cost us around 178,000 to renew for the up to December, and around 115 of that will be general fund, and we're using a little of the opioid fund monies to bridge that gap. We're also going to talk about a relief staffing model today, and the reason being the IOD that we've been having and witnessing over the years for fire. So the proposal on the relief staffing that we see here is we are proposing to add 9 firefighters. These would be 3 per shift, and they'll be suitcases, means they won't be married to a location. They'll be moving where the vacancies are. Like if somebody calls in sick or there are people on vacation, that's where they will cover. So the proposed costs would be 1.3 million in year 1, because by the time you hire, train, ramp up, and then start getting the return on them, it will take some time. Once these people are on board in year 2, we anticipate that they will wipe out, the ongoing savings will wipe out some overtime, but be in line with ongoing costs. So there won't be there'll be a very small saving, but it will stop more overtime than where we are. We've seen fire overtime every year go more and more, higher and higher. So this is one way that we think we can control costs. And then this is just a chart showing the largest complaint that HR tells me about IODs is that, and our unions also talk about, is that people are being mandated for overtime. They get hurt, they overwork, so the relief staffing model is potentially going to help with having more staff available rather than mandating people to come back for overtime. And as you see, those hours have shot up over the last 5 years after COVID, once we introduced minimum staffing requirements as well. Before I move to the next topic, is there?
Oh.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Just to clarify here, this is just for the city of Fairfield, correct?
This is just our numbers, yes. We saw a spike in COVID, and it never went back down.
I I didn't read hours initially, and the number threw me off for a second.
Oh,
so
sorry.
thanks for clarifying that.
I should have put
It's like,
hours
whoa.
there. Oh, it is hours in the top, but not on the chart, yes. Okay, so the direction we are seeking here, I believe, is whether we should proceed with this model.
You want
And-
direction or a vote? Is this direction?
This is direction, so we build it into the budget that we'll bring for
what
adoption
we're looking
in
for.
June, second meeting of June.
All right. So, want to hear from you all.
Or if council wants to come back to this, because I suspect we have a public speaker on this one? Yeah, okay. So if you all want us to come back to that after John finishes his presentation, we can go that route as well.
All right.
Okay. And then operational needs, so as council knows, over the last 4 years, we have not given any increases in the budgets. We've taken back between 5 and 7% from everybody's budgets. So things have become really tight. Like for example, even you take something like the animal shelter, animal control, $20,000 in the city manager's office. They really don't have any more room for that. So that's what's being requested here. As you see, the city manager office is asking for around 157,000. Fire has some requirements there, like investigators. I won't read all of them. That's around 118, and the bigger ones are coming from Public Works, 471,000. The largest there being PG&E streetlights. So the amount of the PG&E bills coming for those streetlights have tripled or gone 4 times higher than what they used to be. They are also actively investigating and looking and working with PG&E to verify all of those numbers. So these were around 930,000 in asks from the departments that they could not absorb anywhere else. And then on the staffing side, there were a few alignments that I won't read every one of them, but there were no new additions. This was mostly realigning positions within those respective departments. There is no increase to the overall budget. They are either downgrades or lateral movements to find the money. So departments actually found the money to promote or give different titles to their people.
So I have a question. How many sworn officers do we have funded right now?
So I believe we have, is it 80? Should I say 80?
It's got to be more. Nobody knows.
Hey, Chief, I think that's a question we need your help on.
I know
The total number of sworn officers funded in the budget right now? 122.
There we go. Heck, you guys scared me. 80.
That's
What do you-
PMA as well?
Hello.
That's with PMA. Oh, that's sworn.
Sworn,
Okay,
sworn
okay. I
officers.
was just going with officers versus both the unions. So.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And
Okay.
and we have. I was quoting the number with the vacancy. So we have a lot of open positions too with POA.
How many are open?
I believe we have 17 right now, 16 or 17. Am I right, Chief?
Okay. Okay. And how many are out on injuries right now? Injuries. How many are off with injuries? Okay. A handful. All right. Thank you. We're good.
So when we look at these changes, assuming council approves the 3 items that we are looking at, what does that do to our long-term forecast? This includes taking the money for the LLMDs and using our reserves there. The line that you see that touches 31, that is where we were with the adopted budget. Originally, when we first started doing our balancing measures, we were dropping off next year in 2027. And we did all those cuts, extended it up to 31. Now, without any change to revenue or reduction in expenses, we would extend till 2030. So we bring it 1 year back with all the additions and use of reserves for the LLMDs.
Any questions or comments on this team? No. Oh, sorry.
Mayor,
Yes.
could you reiterate what proposed and original versus adopted signify?
So the adopted budget that you see is when, last year when we adopted our 2-year budget, we had projected going up to 2031 with our reserves. Subsequent to that, what we are doing today is a touch point, right? We're looking back at what we did last year and this year and coming up with the new numbers that will be adopted in the second meeting. The original one that you see there is what we projected 3 years ago if we did nothing. But we did a lot of cuts, we increased our business license revenue, we increased TOT, and those were all baked into the next budget, which extended our life by those 4 years.
Got it. So as of now, with the changes we made, we currently run out of reserves in 2030.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
How did, so we brought on, well, the third cannabis business came online. How does that, where do we see that shift, the revenues?
So that would just increase our cannabis revenues by, I believe, how much did we bake into it? Yeah, it wasn't a lot. We haven't seen real dollars come in to start projecting that it will have a significant impact, as I know they discussed a lot, but I'm usually hesitant to build something till I see it.
And so are you saying that has there been a dip with the other two in revenue?
No, we haven't seen a dip, but we have seen a dip from what we originally projected, but we've brought those numbers down in last year itself.
I remember that, yeah.
Yes, so we're not seeing that drop further at this point, but we don't see it increasing exponentially either.
Oh, yes, Councilman
So,
Tonneson.
On the Stizzy deal, did we get that 750,000 they promised us?
I think they promised that if they would achieve that many sales in whatever that period was, and we'll hold them accountable at the end of that period.
Yeah, but they guaranteed us 750,000.
Correct, but
Yeah, they backstopped under that settlement. I believe it was a settlement. What they guaranteed was on the back end of their first year of operation. If they don't hit that dollar amount, because they were confident they would hit that dollar amount, then they would pay whatever the difference was between however much their revenue was and the 750.
Just want to hold them accountable.
What I think John is trying to say in response to Councilmember Williams' question is we suspect there's some equalization within the market, right? And so as you have one come on, it's not just adding a full cannabis retailer, because they're inevitably going to eat into some of the sales in some of your other cannabis operators. So the finance department is admittedly being conservative in what those estimates are of the total increase in that revenue. And after the first year, if we see that they under accounted for that, then now we know, and we can much more accurately account for that and budget for that in the future once we have real numbers in terms of what that revenue is. For right now, they would prefer to be conservative and be surprised in the revenue come in stronger than account for that revenue being there, plan on that revenue being there, and then that revenue does not show up in that way, and we end up under budgeting our revenues.
When is their first year up? Do we know?
It's December, I believe they opened in December, if memory serves me
Is it?
correctly.
Okay,
Right? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
okay, thank you.
any other questions?
Oh, yeah.
Move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions generally? And before I know
No.
we'll come back to the overhire concept in a
Right.
bit. Yeah.
And then, just before I conclude, also, we built this projection based on the items you saw, but there are a few risks here that we really see as challenging to our survival even, or to our budget. Part of it is AB 1383. If this legislation passes, we anticipate unfunded liability to go up by at least $125 million. We anticipate $4 to $5 million increase in normal costs and around $8 million in future costs based on what this could do. It could decimate our budget. So just to be aware, prevailing wages 1198, not as drastic, but possibility of adding to the budget. General liability, we've baked in as much as we can, but it keeps getting worse. Same thing with workers' comp. CalPERS performance, again, the target there is 6.8%. Should the markets not perform, those numbers can really hit us badly. Any recession or downturn in the economy could impact us. So these are risks I wanted council to be aware of.
One note, in your legislative platform, we talk about maintaining pension sustainability as one of council's legislative advocacy priorities. So when 1383 hit, we did draft a letter from the mayor on behalf of the city opposing unless amended with that legislation. It's something that the League of Cities is working on. They oppose. I think there's a pretty broad coalition of organizations that are in opposition to that as it's currently written. So we're monitoring that one very closely.
Okay.
And then I'll just quickly touch upon 3 of our other major funds. Everything else will come in the budget next when we bring the adopted budget. But on the transit here, the transit funds, we've continuously seen a deterioration in the ridership and fare box recovery. I know that the fare box recovery is supposed to go back to 20%, and we would be short by 2.3 million. We are not even at 2.3%. We did some digging into transit. I think we need to have a study session or probably another session to discuss in depth how we will handle transit, because there are a few risks here that we see if the fare box revenue needs to be 20%. Basically, we've never been at 20% ever. We used to be over 20% because of the Soul Trans routes, which was basically pulling everything up. So I would consider having a study session at some point to discuss transit.
I'd like to say something here. Just this is normal throughout the whole Bay Area and the state. At the STA, we're looking at this, and it doesn't look good at all. Yeah. BART is in trouble. It's a nightmare. Yeah. Our microtransit seems to be holding its own, though, at least when we're looking at it countywide. So I just thought I'd throw that in.
And today, they did announce that the group proponing for transit actually got enough signatures to put it on the ballot.
Okay.
So that's going to be a half-cent in Alameda and 1 cent in San Francisco that's being proposed, but it'll go to the ballot.
Right.
It hasn't spoken anything about the fare box, whether it will be suspended or not.
Right.
However, our team has been working hard in looking at reviewing all contracts, looking at efficiencies, looking at what they can do outside, and they are here to speak on this. But as I said, a study session would probably be a better mode for this. And this was just a slide to show how when we had the Soul Trans routes, that's how we were maintaining the 20%. Once that disappeared, we just got decimated.
Yes. It was a huge loss.
Yes. So with the golf courses, talking on the golf courses, they've been, we see there that our operating income has not been as strong as we projected in 26. We are going to break even. 27, we're looking at a little of surplus. We have a lot of capital needs, but we really don't have the capital funding for those needs. If you see there, we have a little bit of debt service that will start. That's with the energy saving program. So our availability of funds after all these plans are very small. There you see just $1 million and quarter dollars in the Rancho Solano. And then with the Paradise Valley, it's basically break even. We don't have a lot of surplus. We've been doing a little work there. In fact, the negatives that you see are using some of our deposits and other kind of deferred revenue. What have the capital improvements been done there? The HVAC and roofing, that's 1.7 million, but we are paying that over time. That's the 0.16 that you see in debt repayment. That's expected to be completed in 26. A few banquet area improvements, and then some paint, carpeting, and chairs. Paradise Valley, it's smaller, new patio furniture and top tracers. Our water funds, here's where we have a little bit of an issue. Thankfully, we got our water rates increased by 8% over the next 5 years. That will self-correct, but we are currently out of compliance with our debt ratios because we had 3 years of 4 years, I believe, of no increases. That took, while at the same time our operating expenses went up significantly, but our revenues were flat or going down as people were being more conservative. So we have around 80 million in debt, water bonds and others that we are currently out of compliance with the ratio. Standard & Poor's actually were going to rate us as a negative rate outlook once AB Anheuser-Busch closed down. They did contact us, the city manager, public works director, myself and my team. We met with them. We gave them compensatory factors on what those numbers look like, and I believe they will do a review and come back, but I'm hoping that we will not get downgraded, because once you get downgraded, your debt cost goes higher. Now, what we have done also is we've looked at ways to reduce expenses. When we originally projected, we were projecting this fund in 26 to have around 5 million in net operating loss because of the increased expenses. Michael and his team has been working hard with Sanjay to cut down on some of those expenses, so we've brought those down. And then as you see, it self-corrects with the 8% by the time we are in 2029. And then we should get into compliance. But over the short term, we have problems. And that concludes my presentation. If there are any questions, any concerns, I'm here to answer them.
Well, we're going to listen to public comment.
Yes. Michael Rudolph?
Did you have a question right away? Go ahead.
I did. When you modeled the 2031 to 2030, did that take into account the 8% water rate increase?
Yes, that's why it self-corrects and goes back. Again, with the Anheuser-Busch, one of the big things there was that they have a fixed component and a variable component, right? So off the bat, people thought that we are going to lose 1.2 million in revenue, which is true, but we have a fixed charge that doesn't go away, that stays. So we only lose half that revenue.
Thank you.
Come on down.
Hello, Michael Rudolph, FBFA president. Just wanted to speak. This is the easiest way to get everybody in the same room at the same time. So, a little background. We recently had a hiring process. I believe 30-ish people applied. We ended up with 4 that were actually eligible on the list. 2 of those have now been hired. That's down to 2 possible eligible people to hire. And why I bring this up is the fire service today, especially in California, is not the same fire service that I tried to apply for back then. I took tests where they were hiring for 2 people, and I was against 5,200 people. That doesn't happen nowadays. And recently, I got an email from HR about our recruitment and retention. and it was explained that in our labor group, we were at 3.2%, so that is apparently good because we're not worried about it until we hit 20%. So for numbers for that, the 3.2% is 2 people. We could probably live with that. We used to have a threshold of we would hire at, I believe, 2 to 4 people, depending on how it would work, right? 20% is 12.6. A lot of these IOD things that are up there, we hit 11 people off between IODs and vacancies back several years ago, and it was a problem for us. That was many Mandos, and it was a problem. So I don't know where this arbitrary 20% number came from. We wanted to do an overhire of 9. When I say we, it's what the city has presented sort of to us with an idea, not a plan. This isn't planned out yet. Originally, and the problem I have in my own labor group is originally it was a bullpen of 9 people we can pull from to just fill vacancies. They're not assigned to a shift. That's a huge problem from us. And why I'm trying to make the contrast is from a recruitment and retention standpoint, in today's market, why would I come work here and not know my schedule, be treated like I'm a part-time Taco Bell employee, versus I could go work in San Ramon. They're like, come on down, we'll treat you right. We're in a very critical point to where the next decisions we make going forward can completely change the outlook. We haven't had a single person leave this fire department outside of disability or retirements. We haven't had a single person decide, I want to leave the Fairfield Fire Department and go work somewhere else for over 20 years. I do not want to screw that up. There's a reason why people stay here. I don't want to continue to maintain that. That builds good firefighters, and that is good for the community overall. And I'm concerned with if we don't all start rallying together, start communicating correctly. It doesn't need to be a us versus them anymore, right? I'm worried about this 9. And here's the silver lining in it. We're just reassigning one budget line into another. We're making the overtime look less to do this overhire over here. And John's the numbers guy, and I respect that because you are a good numbers guy. I don't know if that's going to be a hard swing over here or if it's going to be some balance in between. I'm just looking to work together to try to solve this, because I'm never going to stand in the way of hiring more people into our labor group, because I can never, I'll never argue that having less Mandos and working less is better for our health and safety. I'll never stand here and say that, right? But there needs to be that balance, and we need to look at it from the job market, the current job market, not traditionally what's happened, because that has switched quickly in this in today's day and age. And I'm concerned because the biggest thing that's concerned me is we have a lot of great people, especially in our lower ranks as firefighters, guys that have been here less than 7 years, we'll just call it that are starting to look at that San Ramon job announcement and other job announcements. And there's really, outside the culture and their schedule and their benefits and how they're treated, there's nothing keeping them here. They're not classic employees. They're not tied. They don't have the golden handcuffs, and they can easily just go work over there. And they're starting to think about those business decisions. And we have the potential to lose some good people, and I don't want that to happen. So I just wanted to sound the alarm. That's where we're at today. And if we don't start working together and realizing that the people that work in the fire department, the chiefs, as well as the union people that know fire, are also smart, we're in a bad spot. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what did you suggest earlier, David, about, is this something we want to adopt, or?
Just give direction, he said.
Yeah, we're just looking for direction. So when John will bring back, right, this isn't actually budget adoption for you all.
Right.
This is essentially a study session, and John's truncated a little bit given that This was on for last week and got pushed forward to this week. And, then even further in recognition, obviously, of all of the public input we had tonight, and it being 9 o'clock at night. So
I'm liking the Mike's working together.
Yeah, agreed. So he is correct. There is no concrete plan yet on how this would roll out. We have not sat down to fully bake through that plan, because if council came in and said, well, no, because of our budget deficit, because of the financial situation, this isn't something that you all want to see us go in a direction of, then that's where we're at, right? We don't want to spend a lot of time on things that the city council may not end up implementing. If this is something that you want to give us direction to at least include in the budget, then we can start going down the path of identifying exactly how a program with these overhires will work, again, with the goal of trying to bring down mandatory overtime and injured on duty for our firefighters.
Comments, suggestions? Councilman Doug, did you put your hand up? Yes, Councilman?
The ongoing net saving, is that, in the event we adopted this relief staffing plan, that would be 100,000 annually going forward?
Correct.
Just as one individual, this seems like a lot of work for $100,000, and that's just my feeling right now. I think our deficit is much bigger than this. So while this would make a dent, we would blow through this pretty fast anywhere else in our operations, and I don't know if this is a big enough saving to make this worth the effort. That's as far as I can tell for now. That's where I'm at.
Any other comments? Councilwoman Williams?
Yes, thank you. I think it's so late at night. I'm having a hard time processing.
So am I.
I've said it from the time I've been on the dais. The overtime is a concern, but like reprocessing this shift, it's not happening this late at night.
I'm with you. Yeah. So what can we do about that? Because I know everybody's wrung out. So, yeah. Can we
Yeah, so
think
we're,
about it a
we
little bit and-
still have to come back to you with a budget document to adopt.
Sure.
So we could bring this back, and I believe, John, correct me if I'm wrong, since you already have a 2-year budget, right, we need an expenditure plan for the next fiscal year, starting July 1. But effectively, you've already adopted a budget. We're making adjustments to that here in the mid-cycle. So
Yes.
in the budget discussion, when we come back with the actual budget document, you all could give us direction at that time, and then you can always make adjustments. So what I mean by that is bring a budget document, have a budget document that you can adopt, still have this conversation, and if the direction from council is, yeah, let's go give this a try to cut down on, the potential for IOD loss, overtime, and burnout of our fire personnel, then we can bring that back as an adjustment, again, because you already have a budget essentially adopted.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Following me?
The only direction that I would give on top of that is that we have to work with our labor, with
Yeah,
our
absolutely.
employees. And that input is so important. And working together is, like we've, all night, this is what we talked about is, that. So that's what I would say. And I actually think $100,000 a year, I'll take it myself. I mean, it's $100,000. So, anyway, we can talk more about that. My head's messy also. So, yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
I'll just quickly concur with Councilmember Tonneson and the mayor that working together sounds good. So maybe between now and the next meeting, we can do just that. Is that something we can do between now and the next time we look at this?
I think we had it on schedule for next Tuesday, so happy to always work hard to try to make things happen quickly. But we've got a few things going on here this week, and so absolutely happy to sit down with Mike and with FPFA, and I've already had multiple conversations with Fire Chief and with his command staff, looking at concepts of how this gets rolled out.
Thank you.
Okay, and Councilman,
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As we continue to discuss the budget, as one individual, I'd be curious to see a few options across the board for where we can add some savings to where we're not making one-time $100,000 decisions every time to manage our budget. But if you can come with fire and then other departments, and then we can take a look at it as a package and then maybe pick and choose to see what level of impact we want to make. But yeah, so thank you. That's just my 2 cents on this. Thank you.
sure. Okay, so that's it for now, I guess. Anything else? Any other questions from us?
I think.
And understand how tired we are, so. Councilwoman Williams, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Last week I was going to make a comment and ask, and I think this might be the best time to do it. In District 1, there's Neitzel Road. Hopefully I'm saying it correctly.
That's right.
Very good.
That's right.
Okay, very good. So I'm concerned, what my request is for a presentation on it. It looks, yes, it looks terrible. Yes, there's trees that are leaning. Yes, the fencing and all that is pretty bad. I went to, but this is even bigger than, in my mind, beautification, because I went with the HIT and the HEART teams last year, and they pull out encampments and materials and tires and all types of ick and goo out of that section of the road that is connected to the creek. And I'm really, really concerned about it because I saw all that stuff being pulled out of the creek. And so what I was wondering is could we have a presentation on that road and what it would take to, in my mind, it's a health and social, health concern for that road. To me, it's more than, is it Caltrans? Is it, I think there's a deeper piece there that would need, us to be looking for grants. So I don't know how, I just don't know how to fix it, how to pin it in. Is it a request for a presentation, or, I don't know.
Well, I think you are requesting that. And I appreciate you bringing that up. I know you've asked me about that, and I encourage you to bring it up here on the budget presentation. Right now, doing any sort of improvement projects or large landscape, clearing or any of those types of projects is not something that we have in our pipeline through Public Works Department. And so I suggested if you wanted to raise that with your colleagues, if you had other colleagues on the council that were interested in that topic as a project, then what we could do is Public Works could prepare a presentation on what are the things we regularly do there, what are future plans for Neitzel Road, because there are plans for that road to be modified as a part of Package 5 of STA's 680 Highway 12 interchange, massive long-term project. So if council wants, then absolutely we can bring you all back a presentation on that. And if council then wants to reprioritize projects, then that's something that we'll take direction.
Yeah. So it is a request for a presentation, not for. Yeah, for a presentation for us to just see what all is there.
Councilwoman, are you interested in meeting with the staff at STA so they can talk to you about the big project that's going through there? Or would we like STA staff to come here and show all of us, that's going to be a big change down the road.
I don't know. I just want to be informed.
Yes.
You know, I don't know what to say beyond being informed
Okay.
until
Yeah.
I'm informed.
Yeah, because they're blowing that road out.
Yeah,
Yes.
but when and again, so Scott is like they're blowing the road out. So my
Okay.
concern again is, I think there's a health connection to it. I went to the Bay, what is it? With Public Works, the Bay Regional Water.
Yes.
So learned all about creeks and water, and when I saw all that stuff being pulled out of there,
Yeah.
I got concerned about fish and, you know, everything that has to go through that area is, to me, a pollutant, and I'm really concerned.
Yes. Okay. Oh, you're good? Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, just to clarify the direction here, as far as the relief staffing model goes, we will not build that in the budget. We'll discuss it at budget, and if it's something that council wants to do, we'll adjust the budget in the future, because we don't have time between now and producing a budget book. Just the few things that the limited duration battalion chief, that's okay to renew, right? Because
Yes.
we just talked, okay, and,
Well, I'm saying that, but it's okay with others. Okay, yes.
okay, and the personnel adjustments, which are cost neutral.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes,
I have enough
okay.
direction.
Yes.
If there are no more
Looks like-
questions, I'm good.
Looks like majority's shaking their head.
Okay.
All right,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That was a lot of work. So next is our public hearing.
Yes. Public hearing, item P1, ordinance 2026-03, amending Chapter 8, Article 1, Section 8.3, Chapter 56 of the Fairfield Municipal Code regarding explosives and fireworks. And our presenter is Police Sergeant Derek Fogg.
It's folk.
It's okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight, we're hoping to bring, or what we're bringing to you is an amendment to the current firework ordinance. As we know, fireworks are very dangerous. With the fires they present going into the summer months, the critical infrastructure that's near some of our fields, and the dangers to our citizens with just the explosive nature of what they are. We've had many severe injuries, to include loss of hands within the city of Fairfield due to fireworks. So we're really hoping to get a little bit more use of the fireworks ordinance, and as well as using our technology to help enforce the ordinance itself. As you know, our current ordinance does not give us very comprehensive definitions of what fireworks are. So it makes it a little difficult if we're trying to go out there. It just outlines all fireworks, including safe and sane, are illegal. So we've definitely added to all the definitions on that. So as we're going out there and we're trying to figure out what it is, we're able to use the ordinance to help enforce the law. The other thing that our current ordinance doesn't do is it doesn't hold the property owner liable for what they're doing. The new ordinance will, with some of the definitions, to include the host, who is the owner, person who leases the property or who is in lawful possession of the property. We can hold them accountable for allowing the use of fireworks on their property. Another problem with the fireworks is the amount of calls that we get throughout the year. Obviously, 4th of July is our biggest one, and New Year's is, we get a lot of calls for that as well. In 23, between July 4th and July 5th, we had 158 calls for service regarding fireworks, and that was 1,802 inbound calls to dispatch. So dispatch was inundated that night. They averaged 534, so just over triple their call volume that night. In 2024, it was similar, also just over triple their call volume, and in 2025, just over 2.5 times their average call volume. So they're inundated, they're hiring overstaffing, we're hiring overstaffing, fire's also inundated with calls for service. So what we're hoping to do again with the technology is to, from the education component, let them know we're gonna be able to see them from the sky and enforce it that way. So our new fireworks ordinance is supported by the fire department and the fire marshals. We've met with them. They're in full support of it. It gives us those clear definitions that I was talking about. What are the fireworks? What does it include? And it does include safe and sane fireworks that are still going to be illegal throughout our city. The administrative fines that we're going to use are in accordance with our current fee schedule, so we're not trying to change anything of that nature. But the enforcement with the drones is going to be the big part of it. And in my next slide, I'll show you kind of how that's going to work as far as using the drones. But the other part of that is we don't have to take officers to those chaotic party scenes. We can use the drone, get overhead, locate the address where the fireworks are being displayed, and then mail them a ticket later. So we're not putting our officers or our firefighters in danger unless there needs to be some type of confiscation in that sense. So we're hoping to do that. That host liability, like I talked about, we'll have to do a little bit of homework as we have the video evidence from the drone. We'll have the evidence, we'll use that, and then we'll work with either our code enforcement partners or someone else to get who the owner or the leasee is to mail them that administrative citation.
And will the drones be safe? Can they get that address from higher than the fireworks are going to go?
Yeah, well, so our drones are going to be capped at 400 feet, but we'll use the cameras at distance, so they won't have to be too close to it. But that'll be part of our education component for sure. Don't shoot down the drones. That's a real problem.
If you can.
And then there's also an appeals process in accordance with our current municipal code. So some of that stuff's going to be the change, but again, the expansion is going to be the biggest part of it. And then our drone use case, what you're going to see on this screen is essentially what we see on our pilot screens here. So our drone is the little white arrow there, and that red line is the laser that it's going to. So it'll tell us exactly what we're pointing at, and so that's how we're going to do it, right? So on this one, and I apologize, I think it's 400 and something feet. It's a little difficult to see. So we've got a pretty good distance, and I'm pinpointing the address that it is at, and we're able to do it that way. So that's going to be how we're going to use the drone technology. We'll see it, we'll get the calls for service, and we'll go. Unfortunately, obviously, with the amount of calls that you've seen, we're not going to be able to get to all of them, but we're going to do our best. We're already working on upstaffing the Arctic for that evening to make sure we have as many pilots as we can to get that in effect if this all goes through in time. And with that is what I've got for you. Do you have any questions for me?
All right, I am going to go ahead and open the public hearing. We have any speakers?
I do not.
All right, then I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Any questions on this?
Just a comment. I've been on several ride-alongs that I go on Independence Day, July 4th, and there's hundreds of, as you said, of calls, but there's more priority calls. Will the drones take care of some of that so that the officers they're still going to be they're not going to have to go to do the fireworks, right?
Yeah, for the most part, we'll definitely try and
got other
we'll definitely try and manage the fireworks only calls on that. We'll use Arctic for that part of it, and use the drones. And if there's other priority calls that they need their assistance, we'll divert for that.
I take that.
Yes, Councilman.
Do you intend for Fairfield PD to be flying those to conduct that firework investigation, or could we contract that work out to scale it whenever we need to? For example, during 4th of July, we can have somebody come in and fly 50 of them and get all of these incidents at once. What was your operational plan for that?
So currently, we're just going to use the drone locations that we have. I presume that we could probably contract some of that out, but currently we're only going to use department staff and our current drone as first responder locations for the enforcement.
At max scale, how many would that be at
So,
once?
As far as right now, hopefully by the end of next month, we'll have 5 drones at 4 different locations. The current drone on top of City Hall is getting swapped out. Because of some issues that we've had, they're giving us 3 drones for the price of that one, and we're able to put that 3rd drone over at Station 41. So we're working on expanding our capabilities as well, but we'll have 5 drones at 4 locations, and we can have as many pilots as we need for that. So.
How far are we from having one person manage 3 at a time or 2 at a time? Are you 1-to-1, or are we at a point now where we can have one pilot navigating 5 at once?
Yeah, so currently we are 1-to-1. I have, I believe it was last week, maybe the week before, I filed for our 1-to-4 waiver. I've been in contact with the Aerodome and Flock company as well, and it's actually, unfortunately, right now it's taking a little while to get that 1-to-many waiver, but I'll keep in contact and keep working on that.
And is that with the FAA?
Correct.
Thanks.
Yep.
Colleagues, if you haven't been over and sat along with them in there, you ought to. It's it's quite something. That's really good. Yes, yes.
I just had two questions.
Okay.
I heard you mention safe and sane. Are those also will be considered illegal in Salem?
Correct. Our current ordinance considers them illegal, and we have not changed that. They will still be illegal in
Okay,
Fairfield.
thank you. And I know that makes it really hard because next door sells them so nearby.
Yes.
Second question, I know several times driving by, there was a lot of the fireworks happening in public parking lots. So at that point, I guess how does that work? Does the owner of the parking lot get fined? Do we try to catch the people in action for those types of situations?
Yeah, and if it's like a private parking lot that maybe a business owner has, that host liability will still allow us to enforce it with them. If it's maybe a public parking lot, we can work with our partners on the street and guide them in safely. Like kind of maybe let them know, hey, the fireworks are done, and now it's a safe time to go in. So they're not going in while the fireworks are going on.
Any other questions, comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'm going to make the motion. I think this is a great idea. Well done.
And okay, he's got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that was unanimous, Madam Clerk. And that's it for the evening. Thank you all. You did great.